the council meeting of April 17th. Please come to order. Morning, everyone. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proceeding with roll call. I don't see any members who will be participating from non-public locations, so we'll skip that and go directly to roll call. Councilmember Pro Tempore Tasha Kama.
Aloha kakahiaka Chair. It's good to see you back in the chambers.
Thank you.
Alive and well. Looking forward to a great meeting.
Only alive, not well.
Vice Chair Yukile Sugimura.
Good morning, Chair. It's so wonderful to see all of our friends in the chambers, and I look forward to the resolutions. It's going to be a very special day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tamara Bolton.
Aloha kakahiaka kako.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Good morning, Chair, council members, community members. There's testifiers at the Lanai District Office today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Keone Rollins Hernandez.
Aloha kakahiaka kako. There are currently no testifiers in the Molokai District Office, and I love having our chambers full of our community. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tom Cook.
Excuse for now.
Councilmember Nohelani U'u Hudgens.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair.
Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Aloha kakayaka, no testifiers in Hana, Chair.
Council Chair Alice Lee.
Aloha mai kako.
Chair, there are 8 members present, 1 excused. A quorum is present to conduct the business of the council. For the record, I'm the Deputy County Clerk, Rochelle Thompson. Also present is the County Clerk, Moana Ludi, and from the Legislative Division staff, Joyce Murashige, Lawrence Aldana, Del Yoshida, and Arthur Suyama. And joining the meeting from the Office of Council Services is
Maui strong, Maui Nui strong. However, this year, the overwhelming message I got was Maui Nui first. To take care of our people first and foremost, to invest in our future and in our keiki, that they have more science and educational opportunities, more after-school programs, and more travel funds so that they can participate in sports and other extracurricular activities. We heard to also malama or kupuna, that they receive the care and the attention that they need, including proper nutrition and meals throughout the week. That they have continued ADA access and transportation, and most important, that emergency evacuation services help them in times of crises. We heard from our houseless advocates that are in the streets and how they desperately need kokua when helping our less fortunate residents, and how our caregivers who serve in public health need our assistance in light of federal spending cuts. Finally, we heard about the cost of living in this county, Chair, and how one household emergency or one missed rental payment creates additional stressors for working families, and can quickly lead to contemplating leaving the island. So in the final weeks, Chair, of budget deliberations, look forward to more of our discussions on tax valuations and rates and more livable wages for our people. It was also nice, Chair, to hear from people who see this council working together as a team.
Okay, before we start today, may I please request that everyone keep their microphones muted unless it's your turn to speak. As a reminder, testimony must pertain to items on the meeting agenda. When testifying, please direct your remarks to the council and not to any individual council member or member of the public. Each testifier will be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes on each item. For individuals wishing to testify on Teams, please click the raise your hand button to be added to the testifier log. If you are calling in, please follow the phone prompts to be added to the log. Decorum shall be maintained at all times. Any person who behaves in a manner that disrupts, disturbs, or impedes the orderly conduct of any council meeting can, at the discretion of the presiding officer or a majority of present council members, be ejected or banned from council meetings, or if participating remotely, muted or dropped from the meeting. Examples of disruptive behavior include but are not limited to heckling, shouting, use of profanity, threatening. Just state your name for the record, please.
Hello, I'm Bromo Dorn. First, I'd just like to thank our coaches. Our coaches did an amazing job this year, all throughout the year, scouting other teams and being leaders on and off the court and positive role models for us. So thank you to all our coaches. Thank you to Coach Yaya. Behind the scenes, she does a lot for us. So thank you to Coach Yaya. And thank you to all my teammates. It was an amazing year and had a lot of fun and made history. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Very good. Anybody else? Proceed, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. We'll call the other testifiers after we get these guys out. There's a number for the other resolutions. So I think it would be Member Hodgins.
Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 25-91.
Second.
It's been moved by Member Hodgins, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura, to adopt the resolution. Discussion. Member Hodgins.
Chair, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Apparently I got so distracted with convincing people to testify, I forgot to read it into the record and call it up. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go right.
Thanks.
Go right ahead.
Chair, before you is Resolution 2591, congratulating the Seabury Hall boys basketball team for winning the Division II state title at the 2025 State Basketball Championships.
And then we've had the motion already. Discussion.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, may I please request that the clerk read the resolution in its entirety?
Ms. Clerk.
Thank you.
Chair, we just need a second.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Oh, yes, we do need a second.
We have Vice Chair.
Okay.
Thank
It's been
you.
moved and seconded to. You mean, okay, you're not counting the first one. Okay, moved by Member Hodgins, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura to adopt the resolution. And now could you read the resolution in its entirety?
Thank you, Chair. Resolution number 2591, congratulating the Seabury Hall boys basketball team for winning the Division II state title at the 2025 State Basketball Championships. Whereas the Seabury Hall boys basketball team won the 2025 Division II state title at the Hawaii High School Athletic Association's State Basketball Championships, February 19th through 21st, 2025 in Honolulu, Hawaii. And whereas Seabury Hall's route to the state championship included a quarterfinal victory over Kaiser on February 19th, 2025, and a semifinal win against Kohala on February 20th, 2025, both at the Kaimuki High School gym. And whereas the Spartans secured their school's first boys basketball state title with a decisive 49-33 victory over Hawaii Preparatory Academy at Stan Sheriff Center on February 21st, 2025. And whereas standout performances in the championship game included Bromo Dorn's 20 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 steals with no turnovers, and Sebastian Peterson's 17 points, along with 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals, including several clutch free throws to seal the win. And whereas Bromo Dorn was voted by the media and HHSAA as the most outstanding player, and Sebastian Peterson was selected to the all-tournament team, whereas the team achieved a record-breaking 30-win season, the most in school history, and whereas Seabury Hall's boys basketball team has demonstrated consistent improvement over recent years in state tournaments, placing 5th in 2023 and 2nd in 2024 before winning the state championship this year. And whereas the 2025 Seabury Hall championship team consists of Reagan Aguas, Jack Benden, Aiden Childers, Duke Dodge, Bromo Dorn, Cash Driftmeyer, Elijah Gurley, Carson Hollifield, Dylan Meyer, Soren Moog, Keenan O'Dwyer, Sebastian Peterson, Miles Rappanecker, Carson Rosenthal, Nobu Shang, Kyahi Schustrand, and Bryson Tasaki. And whereas the team's success owes much to the leadership and dedication of head coach Scott Prather, assistant coaches John Dudley, Caleb Palmer, Justin Farmer, and Neil Yashiro, athletic trainer Kevin Yamashiro, and strength and conditioning coach Melissa Rajesh. And whereas the Seabury Hall community, including administration, faculty, parents, alumni, and supporters, also contributed to the team's success. And whereas the perseverance, teamwork, and sportsmanship of the Seabury Hall boys basketball team with the support of their families and school community, have brought great pride to the County of Maui. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the County of Maui, one, that it congratulates the Seabury Hall boys basketball team for winning the Division II state title at the 2025 State Basketball Championships, and two, that certified copies of this resolution be transmitted to team members and coaches Maureen Madden, head at school, Seabury Hall, Yassine Enriquez Meyer, athletic director, Seabury Hall, Joseph Balungi Tao Jr., executive director, Maui Interscholastic League, Christopher Chun, executive director, Hawaii High School Athletic Association, and the Honorable Richard T. Bisson Jr., Mayor, County of Maui.
Discussion, Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. This resolution honors Seabury Hall's historic Division II state title and their record-breaking season. It is a result of years of dedication, sacrifice, and belief, not only from the players on the court, but from the coaches, families, teachers, and the entire Seabury community who stood beside them every step of the way. Congratulations to Seabury Hall for their outstanding achievement and for representing Maui with pride. I respectfully ask for the members' support of my motion, and later please lay our team. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. I proudly stand as a Seabury parent, as my son graduated many years ago, but thank you very much for that experience. I'm so proud of the school. I still stand very strongly behind them. I'm going to participate in the craft fair coming up, beginning of May. But through the years, I've seen the commitment of the teachers. I see our headmaster here at the very end, I think, at Seabury, also supporting the students and the basketball team. I think the speaker, thank you for your courage for getting up and making that speech, but you're one of the stars of the whole team, and boy, are you tall. Thank you very much. I strongly support this, and thank you, Member Hodges, for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye. 8 ayes, 1 excused, motion carries. And now, we invite any of you to come down and say something, and then to be followed by taking pictures. Yes.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, council members, for inviting us.
Could you speak into the mic, please? Just bring the mic to you. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. I just want to say thank you again, just to the council for inviting us here for this ceremony. It's an honor and a blessing to be amongst you all in the chambers. Not gonna lie, it's a little scary up here. Romy did a good job. It's a little nervous. They said everybody else gets 3 minutes, but I get unlimited time. And I get tissues for when I start crying. So let me take you guys back 1 year prior to this amazing run that we had, and we got literally this close. All you guys who were there just know the pain that we felt last year, coming so close and having it slip away. Oh my God. I'm just kidding. So the perseverance that these boys showed throughout the year to not only get back to the same stage, to put in all that work, to fight through the heartbreak, but to put it all together. And we lost an amazing senior class last year, but to get back on that stage again, to have the perseverance and just the confidence and just knowing that this was going to be different this time, and to break through and get it done. I'm just so proud of these boys. I'm just so proud. Not only them, but the coaches, especially, to some of my best friends that coach alongside me, that believe in me as their leader, and just couldn't be more proud of the ride. It's an experience to coach. It's a lot of time, it's a lot of effort, a lot of energy, a lot of love. But win or lose, there's a connection that's built, and that's special, and you take that away. And even though last year it didn't work out in our favor, I just love those guys so much that it was still a very positive experience, but you're left empty in the heart. There's a little piece that's just not fulfilled when you don't get it done, when you're that close. So thank you guys for getting it done. And but yeah, it was, it's a team effort, top to bottom. it's not just the parent, or not just the kids, but the parents, all the parents that made it here today. You know, all the hosting, all the road trips, all of the, you know, hey, we need some food after this game. Recovery starts now. Can you guys get us some Popeyes chicken sandwiches? It's done in a heartbeat. This group is amazing. The parents are amazing. You know, we don't get it done without everybody, you know, all hands on deck. Just one more thing I just want to mention about last year, you know, as much as it hurts, the head of school, Maureen Madden, whom I love dearly, she told me this year, going into this season, she said, Mama wants a state title. And she doesn't realize how much I wanted this for her. And I was driven. The boys were driven. It was something that deep in my heart, I just knew we had to get done. And we had the guys to do it. You know, not every year you have the guys to do it. So this was our chance. This is our chance to represent not just our families or Seabury Hall, but the entire island, to represent, to show the state that there's a lot of great talent here, and that this is a special group. You know, when you start thinking about, you know, the accomplishments of this team, we've had some really great teams. I've been a head coach for 13 years. Someone trying to get in? We've had some great teams, Coach. I think, you know, you did the stats, and the record speaks for itself. The one thing missing on our resume was that state championship, and it's not easy. You know, we do things the right way. You know, we don't do things that, you know, we try to do things the right way and just build from within, work with the kids that we have, show them the right way. And like Bromo said, you know, try to be the best role models and positive influences on these guys as we can. So it's, you know, it's not easy. It's not easy to beat all the other best teams in the state. But we finally got it done, and we finally checked that box on our resume. And it's just amazing feeling, because it's not an individual thing. It's a shared collective thing, and it's a memory that we can share with each other the rest of our lives. Whenever we see any of these guys later on in life, when they're business owners, when they're having their kids, when they're in the store, we can always come up to each other, and you just know, hey, what's up, state champ? It's just part of what we do now. Okay, and I'm rambling, but all right. Said it was unlimited time. You know, that's what I was told. So I'm just gonna. All right. Sorry if you guys are, you know, have other things going on today, but I do want to mention a couple things. I want to talk about my seniors. I'm gonna grab this just in case it gets a little bit emotional. So I just want to talk a little bit about my seniors. Usually I do this at the end of each season. I didn't have a chance this year. So just want to talk about starting off with Miles. So Miles isn't necessarily a guy that gets the credit that he maybe deserves, but if you want to talk about a guy who has the heart of gold,
which one is Miles?
The redhead.
The redhead. Oh.
That handsome guy. Yeah, take a picture of him. Get the heat off me for a second. But pound for pound, the toughest kid on the team. All right. Just so thankful for you. Okay, next, let's talk about Soren Moog. You know, this guy almost didn't come to us. It was truly a twist of fate. You know, he was gonna go to a different school, and with the unfortunate incidents with the fires, he was left without a home. So he relocated, and thankfully his family and his parents trusted us to take care of him. And so he came to Seabury as a junior, and you know, just he's a big, lovable teddy bear in the best way possible. He's just a great kid. He's never complained. He's never talked back. He's always taken correction with a yes, coach, yes, sir. I didn't realize how much pain he'd been through all year with his knees, and he fought through it without complaining. And, you know, we don't get this done without you. So thank you, Soren, and thank you, parents, for believing in us. Next, I want to talk about Bryson Dasaki, who is our ace of the pitching staff as well. He's multi-talented. Bryson's a guy that I didn't think was going to survive conditioning. Last year it was, we had to make sure Kevin was on standby. Kevin is our trainer. But he fought through it. I mean, to his credit, he fought through it. He without any sort of promise of playing time or accolades or anything. He fought through it. Was a great teammate. Was just a great guy to have in the locker room. Just positive, good guy. The kind of guy that I'm just so proud to be coaching. I want to talk about who else we got. Jack Benden, also known as the missing link. I tell you, if he wasn't injured last year and was able to play, we're up here today celebrating a repeat state championship. Just an amazing, tough, competitive young man. Also the president of the school. Did everything that was needed. When you guys were mentioning the route to the final, we beat a team called Kohala, who had been the state champion the year before, and one of their best players matched up against Jack Benden. And you don't hear about this other guy's name so much because Jack Benden shut him down. And it was and it doesn't go in the newspapers, but it's going to be in the notes of this meeting that Jack Benden helped secure the semifinal win. So Jack Benden. So thank you, Jack, for coming out this year and pushing the boys and fighting and just bringing that toughness. Kiahi, since freshman year, you've been just the kid that the coaches and I just knew that you had so much talent, so much ability, so much promise, and that when you figured it all out, you were going to be a special player. And on any other team, you might have been the MIL Player of the Year. You might have been All-State, everything. I know you maybe got a little bit overshadowed, but there's nothing that can overshadow you and the impact you made on the team and the championship game, the rebounds, the defense, the hustle, the big threes. Not only that game, but in that game when we needed you, to be big, to be tough, you're everything and more. And for the rest of your life, you can be remembered as a legend for getting it done in the big moments. So. Okay, and I think that's it. There's no more seniors. Time to talk about, all right, there's one guy over there, Mr. Gatorade. You remember this, right, Bromo? Back in maybe early September, late August, we had just a shoot around in the gym. And, we just shot around. Next thing you know, we're in there for 3 hours shooting around. I don't know how the time passed so fast, but it was in that moment, that long moment, that I realized how much Bromo Dorn and I were similar in the best way possible. He's like a brother of mine, a younger brother, someone that I saw come through our system as a very promising, talented, gifted young man that just needed to put it all together. And dang, did you put it all together and become an absolute legend. When you look back at I have a strong argument that when you look back at the many years of the MIL, that if you put all the best players that have ever come through the MIL, that I have a strong case to say that is right there sitting amongst us, the best player to have played in the MIL. All right, and then it was just an honor to have you in our program. It wasn't that you're just a great player, but you led by example. You led by example every day. You worked the hardest. You brought it every day. You wanted it. You wanted it as much as the coaches did. Okay, which is saying a lot because we really wanted this. But just want to say thank you. Thank you for believing in us. We're coming back. I know there's options for guys like you to go elsewhere, but you're loyal. You stay true to yourself, your family, your coaches, and your teammates. It's been a blast getting to know you, to watch you mature throughout the years, and I'm so excited for you and the other seniors, just for your future, not only on the court, but in life. I hope all you guys know that no matter where you guys go, whatever you guys do, or if you guys need a recommendation, if you guys need a friend to talk to, like me and the other coaches will be here for you guys forever. So with that being said, my charge to the freshmen, sophomores, and juniors in the on the team. Again, there's some talented boys coming back. It's not just this senior class, but there's some talent from within. You know, look at Sebastian's All-State. We got these guys coming back. They're going to be potentially All-League, All-State next year. The charge is to continue to build on the legacy that's been laid before you guys, okay? You guys all know what it takes. It's all about hard work, staying true to yourselves, staying true to your teammates and your families, putting the work in, and then let the chips fall where they may. But I'm excited to see what the future holds for all of you guys. Again, I'm honored and blessed to be in front of you guys speaking this morning. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I get nervous doing public speaking, but I'm kind of having a little bit of fun up here now. And I don't know if I should like stop talking, but it's just been a blast. I just think, you know, some things are meant to be, and the heartbreak from last year had to happen. It was meant to happen because it made us tougher, it made us stronger, it fortified our will to get things done. And we got it done. So to the council members and everybody who endured that long speech, I appreciate you all. Thank you guys. If I missed anybody, I thank everybody here. And thank you to my family for letting me coach and for the sacrifice that they make to allow me to be with these guys. It's been an honor and a blessing, and I hope to do this again some point in the future. Thank you again. Aloha.
Thank you. Anyone else? Would anyone else like to say a few words? If not, can we ask you, all of you, to come down to take a picture? Please, thank you.
did it as fast.
Good job, senior, next year, right?
You're the one who's supposed to say it. I know I'm gonna. The juniors are.
I'm so happy for you.
Members, good morning. Thank you.
What a week.
Morning, members. I just want to say, as the Seabury Hall team is leaving, that one of the coaches used to be the starter at Wai'ehu Golf Course. So he's every golf's hero, every golfer's hero. Hi, Neil Yashiro.
He retired.
Let the record show that member Tom Cook is here. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Chair. Aloha, and sorry for my tardiness.
That's okay. All right. And we lost 2 or 3. Okay, now we lost only 2. 1. Okay, members, we're not on recess. Okay, let's proceed. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to proceed to testimony on Resolution 25-92. So I'll call the testifiers in order on testifying on 2592. The first to testify is Paul Tonninson, to be followed by Kristen Mills.
Morning, Council.
Morning.
Lee
Hi.
and fellow council members. I'm Paul Tonninson with Friends of the Children's Justice Center. My organization was one of the co-founders of the Hawaii Kaika Partnership in 2008, and I serve on the Leadership Hui and Community Engagement Committee. One of your former council members, Gladys Bisa, was instrumental over 36 years ago when she and other nonprofit leaders formed the Maui Nonprofit Directors Association. And the focus was on the importance of collaboration to ensure they had the greatest impact serving all the needs in Molokai, Lanai, and Maui. 2007, 5 members of the nonprofits got together and formed a hui called Hawaii Kaika Partnership. That was over 17 years ago with a simple but powerful purpose to prevent child abuse and neglect by bringing the necessary organizations and government entities to the same table. Over the years, we've grown into a coalition of over 75 allies. And what unites us goes back to Gladys' vision 36 years ago that no single agency or government entity can solve these challenges alone. We must all collaborate. Our mission is rooted in connection, and our strategic plan focuses on creating a seamless safety net of support for children and families. Our name, Hawaii Kaika, means to strengthen, and that's exactly what we aim to do for our families, our service providers, and our broader community. 2024, Hawaii Kaika engaged over 2,000 families and supported more than 250 service providers. I got a quick story I wanted to share during the wildfires about the importance, and this woman wrote, "Aloha, Paul. I wanted to say thank you so much for your help today. We were able to buy food from Walmart and also baby food to last us a week until we get the EBT card. We even managed to buy a small educational toy for Daniel and wrap it for his birthday. With me losing my job and the only provider for the family because of the fires, this gesture and kindness showed us today, but really brought faith to us, relief and joy that words cannot describe. Thank you so very much. Much aloha." As we all know, the continent's governmental agencies could not immediately meet the needs of our community members and sometimes appeared to be insensitive to their situation, increasing their stress factors. Through collaboration and having resources on hand, we were able to reduce the stress factors placed upon them. The Maui County Prosecutor's Office, which was overseeing the Hyatt Center at the time of the fires, we were given $200 Walmart cards from the Friends to give to each child that came to the center, and that's where that thank you note came from. It perfectly aligned with one of our protective factors, concrete support in times of need, which is giving access to essential resources like food, housing, healthcare, and financial assistance during time of hardship. Trying to rush. Anna Malafu from the prosecutor's office told me that when they received the gift card, someone literally break down and cry, telling them they didn't know what they were going to do until they got their wait for their paper to be processed. I just want to thank you guys and ask if you could consider supporting Hawaii Kaika Partnership. Also, Councilmember Johnson for your past support and your staff. We appreciate it. Mahalo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any other testifiers?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm going to Kristen Mills, and she'll be followed by Tina Kiabu Crowell.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Kristen Mills, and while I'm a health educator, I'm here as an individual and a member of the Hawaii Kaika Partnership since 2018. Thank you for recognizing and bringing awareness to child abuse and prevention through Resolution 2592. I'm here to speak from the lens of chronic disease prevention and health promotion. Adverse childhood experiences, also known as ACEs, are an important aspect of child abuse and prevention and are important to acknowledge. ACEs are potentially traumatic events in childhood and can include abuse, neglect, witnessing violence, aspects of a child's environment that undermine their safety, their sense of safety, stability, and bonding. And of course, this can include community trauma, such as the wildfires. Not only are adverse events important to prevent in the first place, they are also important to acknowledge and build resiliency against throughout the lifespan. ACEs can impact physical, mental, emotional, and behavioral development. When ACEs accumulate and are experienced continuously or chronically, children can suffer from toxic stress. Further, ACEs can increase one's risk for many chronic diseases and behavioral challenges, including obesity, heart disease, diabetes, lung disease, cancer, depression, anxiety, suicidal ideations, and so many more. And we all know how much each of those conditions can cost our community and families. ACEs can also increase one's risk for taking part in unhealthy behaviors, such as unhealthy eating, substance use and misuse, including tobacco, vaping, alcohol, and other substances, not graduating high school, unemployment, the list goes on. ACEs can also echo across generations. The consequences of ACEs can be passed down from one generation to the next if children don't have protective buffers like positive childhood experiences, and or if new parents who grew up with ACEs don't learn positive parenting techniques. Together, though, we can prevent ACEs by building protective factors and positive childhood experiences. We can teach and encourage skills and resiliency and positive parenting to help people with ACEs to live healthier lives themselves and go on to raise healthier generations in a much healthier environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Tina Kiabu Crowell, and she will be followed by Marcial Pualani Basbas.
Aloha Chair and Council members. I'm Tina Kiabu Crowell from the Department of Health, Child Adolescent Mental Health Division, Maui Family Guidance Center. I'm here today as a member of our Hawaii Kaika Leadership Hui, and I also serve as co-chair of our Public Education and Advocacy Committee. Preventing adverse childhood experiences such as child abuse isn't just a public health issue. It is a policy opportunity. We need family-centered solutions like paid family leave, affordable child care, and trauma-informed care. Research shows that every dollar invested in prevention yields up to $7 in savings through reduced health care and social service costs and lower incarceration rates. Though preventable, ACEs cannot be erased. At Hawaii Kaika, we educate families and policymakers about these issues, and we build platforms for providers to come together and coordinate care to help mitigate the harmful effects of ACEs. We also provide our provider network with ongoing training, sharing of resources, and opportunities to fill their souls to learn about self-care so that they can continue to do the work that, that directly strengthens family resilience and reduces long-term healthcare costs. Since Governor Green designated Hawaii as a trauma-informed state, we've made progress. But we still have far to go, especially here in Maui County post-disaster. The cross-sector model of collaboration that the Hawaii Kaika Partnership encompasses helps us move from awareness to action. For the last 17 years, we've diligently provided for educating families, supporting providers, and aligning services to preventing trauma and promote healing. Mahalo for this resolution and for standing with our keiki and ohana. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more
Yes.
testifiers?
Chair, the next testifier is Marcial Pulani Basbas, to be followed by Adele Baggio Lorena.
Aloha, council members. Mahalo, chair, and council members for this opportunity to speak with you this morning. And so my name is Marshall Kulani Kamau Busbus. I'm a family success coach with Neighborhood Place of Wailuku, a program of child and family service. And it's a Hawaii-born nonprofit agency since 1899. This year, we make 125 years serving our families because we're all about family. I also want to acknowledge, too, that Neighborhood Place of Wailuku was one of the original co-founders of Hawaii Kaika Partnership since 2008, advocating for the last 17 years for our Maui families and their needs. Hawaii Kaika Partnership also provides for us as Maui community resource providers the opportunity to participate in the Healing the Healers session, learning to take care of ourselves as providers, which reduces burnout and which revitalizes our commitment to our Maui families. It also offers the opportunity to step away from daily stresses while also learning strategies to address compassion fatigue. There are several committees within Hawaii Kaika Partnership working on different aspects to meet the needs of our families and our providers. I serve on the Public Education and Advocacy Committee. Collectively, as a coalition, we're able to distribute in 2024 culturally rooted cowboy books, and I believe some of you may have already gotten one, across the Maui County to promote protective factors and early literacy. The book offers a culturally grounded way to talk about families' strengths, resilience, and healing. We started distributing the book soon after the August wildfires, and since then, more than 5,000 copies have been shared across the county, including our more rural areas of Molokai, Lanai, and Hana, as well as our other islands. I also use it in my Kamalama parenting classes, and the parents love it as we go through it. I also want to share what we teach in the Kamalama parenting class about protective factors to help our parents and families remember. And I think you have a handout that I gave you. So we're going to do a little exercise. It's not going to be strenuous. So as I go and I read, first of all, to remember the 5 protective factors, we use the hand. The thumb, use your thumb to remember social and emotional competency of children, because a thumbs up is one of the best ways we communicate our emotions. Your index finger represents knowledge of parenting and child development because you're a child's first teacher. Your middle finger can help you remember social connections, which is really important for our families because it should never stand alone. We all need a positive social network. And then we have your ring finger stands for parental resilience, because your first commitment must be to yourself in order to be strong for others. And then last, your pinky finger signifies concrete support in times of need, because it is the smallest finger and reminds us that we all need help sometimes. Mahalo for recognizing the importance of prevention. We hope you will support us to ensure that Hawaii Kaika Partnership work continues and grows. Mahalo.
Chair, the next testifier is Adele Baggio Lorena, and I apologize if I didn't say your name correctly.
No worries. Aloha, Chair.
Hi.
Council members, good morning, and mahalo for this opportunity to testify. My name is Adele Baggio Lorena. I'm the CEO of Maui Family Support Services and also part of the leadership hui of Hui Kaika Partnership. I also serve as the co-chair for the Training and Professional Development Committee of the partnership. Maui Family Support Services is one of the original founders of Hui Kaika, and our agency also serves as the fiscal sponsor for Hui Kaika, helping to coordinate efforts across many agencies. One of our most impactful initiatives is the navigation services. We provide personalized guide-by-the-side support to families navigating very complex systems. In 2024, our navigator assisted more than 450 families, including 60 from Molokai. The navigator also engaged over 2,600 families and individuals at community outreach events, including our very rural areas on Molokai, Hana, and Lanai. And we distributed over 147,000 concrete supports, direct support to families that include rental and utility assistance, diapers, and hygiene supplies. One of the navigation services participants said, "This support came at a critical time. I find a lot of assistance doesn't help you until you are already in crisis. And I was so relieved to be able to avoid that. This gave me a much needed break and took a huge weight off my shoulders and allowed me to get things in order." Hui Kaika also facilitated the Healing the Healers in 2024, and we engaged 116 providers. And our monthly coalition meetings, we brought together 87 individuals from 48 agencies. This is the backbone of a coordinated system of care, and it must be protected. At the same time, we must acknowledge the fragility of our work. It's extremely difficult to maintain consistency in funding, especially when it's cyclical and it's uncertain. Earlier this year, we lost our navigator due to a gap in grant funding. Healing the Healers has also been on pause since January for the same reason. This is hard not just for our staff, but for the community who relies on these services. We're grateful for the support of funders like Maui Strong from Hawaii Community Foundation, Casey Family Programs, the Department of Health, Kameme Schools, the Consuelo Foundation, and the Friends of the Children's Justice Center of Maui. But we need stable investment to sustain this critical work. Mahalo for recognizing Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Thank you so much.
Chair, currently there is no one else signed up to testify on Resolution 25-92. So with your approval, I'll go ahead and call that resolution up.
Any more testifiers? If not, proceed, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Resolution 25-92, recognizing April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Maui County and the role of prevention in long-term recovery and resilience for Maui County's Ohana and workforce.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 25-92.
Second.
Moved by Member Johnson, seconded by Member Sinensi, to adopt Resolution 25-92. Discussion, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to request to read the resolution in its entirety,
Ms. Clerk?
if I could do that.
Oh, if you could, I'm sorry. By all means.
Thank you. Resolution 25-92, recognizing April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Maui County and the role of prevention in long-term recovery and resilience for Maui County's ohana and workforce. Whereas all children deserve to be in an environment that keeps them safe from abuse and neglect, and whereas child abuse and neglect affect all socioeconomic groups, educational, religious, ethnic, and cultural groups, with the highest rates affecting children of Native Hawaiian ancestry. And whereas adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, are traumatic events or unstable environments that children experience before age 18 that can harm social, cognitive, and emotional function and undermine the safe, stable, maturing relationships surrounding that keiki need to thrive. And whereas on February 20th, 2024, Governor Josh Green, MD, designated Hawaii a trauma-informed state with the express goals of alleviating impacts of ACEs through the state and building family resilience. And whereas research has shown that we can strengthen our communities and support our families through the development of protective factors which allow parents or guardians to cope with their day-to-day stresses. And whereas knowledge of childhood development, learned social and emotional competence, and concrete support such as access to childcare and healthcare are protective factors linked to a lower incidence of child abuse and neglect. And whereas enacting family-centered policies, enhancing economic security, and boosts protective factors such as increasing financial resilience, investing in prevention programs, strengthening community resources. And whereas ensuring the well-being and retention of Maui County's healthcare and human services workforce is critical to long-term recovery efforts, and initiatives such as Healing the Healers have demonstrated the need for ongoing investment in workforce support and professional development. And whereas the aftermath of the 2023 wildfires have placed increased demands on Maui County's social services providers who continue to struggle with workforce shortages and sustain critical services for families. Whereas human services agencies such as those in the Ho'oikaika Partnership are creating a seamless safety net, including navigation services and other supports for children and their caregivers. And whereas cross-sector collaboration partnerships have proven effective in strengthening families, promoting protective factors, and fostering a sense of belonging among Maui County families. And whereas the County of Maui has a moral obligation and a shared responsibility to protect every child from abuse, neglect, maltreatment, or exploitation, and to protect and support all families on Lanai, Maui, and Molokai. And whereas by recognizing April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month, the Council can recommit to promote a healthier and safer community. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the County of Maui, 1, that it recognizes April 2025 as Child Abuse and Prevention Month and the role of prevention in long-term recovery and resilience for Maui County's ohana and workforce. And 2, that its certified copies of this resolution be transmitted to Adele Bagioi Larena, CEO, Maui Family Support Services Incorporated, Paul Tenensen, Executive Director, Friends of the Children's Justice Center of Maui, Dean Wong, Executive Director of Imua Family Services, Amanda Pump, MS, CSAC, ICADC, President and CEO, Child and Family Services, Ryan Kusumoto, President and CEO, Parents and Children Together, Elliot Kawai Ho'olana Mills, Chair, Board of Trustees, Kamehameha Schools, William C. Bell, PhD, President and Chief Executive Officer, Casey Family Programs, Debbie Kabibi, Chief Executive Officer of Maui Economic Opportunity, Ryan Yamane, Director of Human Services, State of Hawaii, Eladine Olevao, Child Welfare Services Branch Administrator, Department of Human Services, State of Hawaii, Valerie M. Kato, Deputy Director of Health Department of Health, State of Hawaii, Debbie Kim Morikawa, Deputy Director for Health Resources, Department of Health, State of Hawaii, Marianne Tsuji, Deputy Director for Behavioral Health, Department of Health, State of Hawaii, Kimberly Arakaki, Chief Maternal and Child Health Branch Chief, Department of Health, State of Hawaii, Lori Tsuhako, Director of Human Concerns, County of Maui, and the Honorable Richard T. Bisson, Jr., Mayor, County of Maui.
Discussion, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. As I just read, as well as budget session, April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. I'm confident that we all agree that it should be Child Abuse Prevention Awareness every month, and as it is such a critical issue to prevent abuse and neglect of our keiki. I am grateful to have this opportunity to recognize the critical work of our local organizations to do the prevent child abuse and to thank them, especially during these trying times. I believe strongly during budget time that as policymakers and members of the legislative branch, it is our duty to make policies and fund programs that protect our most vulnerable. Our keiki deserve to grow up feeling safe and loved in a nurturing environment. We need to continue to work and protect and nurture our children and support those who make their lives work to do so. I ask for members' full support of my motion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Discussion? Vice Chair Sugimura.
Yeah, thank you very much, Member Johnson, for bringing this forward. I think all of us know what it takes. Well, we don't know all that it takes to do the work that is needed in this field. The testifiers that testified, I've known them throughout the years, and they have lived this world for those that need their help. And I just want to thank them and this organization. I think we can never do enough. And I believe that if you look at the whole list of those that's going to get certified copies of this resolution, you'll see the breadth of the talent and skills needed to carry forward. So thank you, Member Johnson. Thank you, Council, and I totally support this.
Anyone else? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries.
Mahalo, members.
Thank you. And now, is there anyone else that'd like to come down and say a few words from the organization? If not, would you like to take a picture with the council members? Please come forward. It's only $5 per picture.
No, I shouldn't.
Member, Kiani.
Bye. Thank you guys so much.
Members, we'll take a very short break, 10 minutes, and be back at 10:22. Thank you. Recess. Will the council meeting of April 17th please reconvene? Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proceeding with testimony on Resolution 25-93, the first testifier signed up is Mahialani Bright Wilhelm, to be followed by Lori Buchanan.
I think the first testifier is Autumn Ness.
I'm so sorry. I should have looked up. I will call Ms. Ness directly afterward.
Who's first?
I called Mahialani Bright Wilhelm, and then we'll move on to Autumn Ness, to be followed by Carolee Kamekona. Okay.
Aloha mai kākou, Council Chair, Vice Chair, and Honorable Council Members. My name is Mahialani Bright Wilhelm, and I'm testifying on my own behalf in strong support of Resol 25-93. This is my first time testifying, and what an amazing and most perfect reason to testify. I was raised on the island of Molokai, and I moved here almost 2 years ago after graduating. Growing up, I remember Uncle Walter sharing his mo'olelo, visions, and triumphs throughout his life. Whether we're on field trips, protests, or community events, Uncle Walter was there standing proud as an amazing role model for all Kanaka. I wanted to express my deepest mahalo to this body. Mahalo for supporting this resolution and not only honoring Uncle Walter as the amazing individual he is, but his legacy and his dedication to our island, our people, and our culture. This is a momentous day for all of Hawaii to see that though our people have faced enormous hardships, strong leaders like Uncle Walter supersede expectation and grant our people a path, the path to reclaim our voice and power with any obstacle that may stand in our way. I would like to end with saying mahalo, Uncle Walter, for your strength, inspiration, and love for the Aina of Hawaii. Mahalo.
Thank you.
I was born on the Klamath Lake on the top of the Klamath watershed, so this story is particularly close to my heart. Long story, really short, 100 years ago, dams were placed in the Klamath River to generate electricity, creating a man-made lake, lakeside recreation, and real estate interests. The dams also destroyed ecosystems and prevented the salmon from running up to the Klamath Basin, something the native people of that area relied on for centuries. About 30 years ago, the tribes and environmentalists, and a few weeks ago, I went to the former site of the largest dam on that river, where the Iron Gate Lake was. I needed to see it for myself, the newly liberated Klamath River. I got to stand in the area where there was a huge dam, an enormous man-made lake to my left, now drained, and the beginnings of the natural river flow to my right. It was incredible to see the scale of this project, humbling and inspiring. I just kept thinking to myself, if they can do this, anything is possible. As long as there are dedicated people who are willing to fight to make it so, even if they don't live to see the results. I got this giant pep talk from the Klamath River, who waited 100 years to be free, and the salmon who waited 100 years to come home. It's a reminder that no matter how long these broken systems exist or how established they are, it's never too late to make things right. We're all tackling massive broken systems that are so established, not the least of which is the belligerent occupation of the Hawaiian Kingdom by the United States, but I believe in the deepest parts of my heart that we will make them right. May I have 20 seconds to finish, please?
Proceed.
Thank you. Only because we have people like you, Uncle Walter, who are dedicated to making it happen, and who we are able to walk alongside and in the footsteps of, who have added stories of the impossible to the little libraries in our heart. So thank you for those stories, Uncle Walter, and the courage they create. May we have many more to add to our library. For your birthday, I brought you some water from the newly liberated Klamath River. May all of our waters know freedom. I love you. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next testifier is Carolee Kamekona, to be followed by Lori Buchanan.
Aloha kakayaka kākou, Chair and Council members. As a disclaimer, I want to state I am testifying on my own time as an individual, as I have not yet punched the county time clock. E kalamai, boss, for my tardiness. My name is Carolee Kamekona, and I'm here to testify on Resol 25-93. Anakala Walter Riddy is the epitome of aloha. His steadfastness in his values and unwavering commitment to his beliefs staying true to his identity, his culture, and his traditions as a Keikioka Aina. His willingness to place his life on the line for what he believes in, to stand firm against adversity. That is fortitude. That is a quality not many have, but many should aspire to. That is what makes a real leader. So to our future 7 generations, Anakala Walter, you will be the beacon of hope, dreams, courage, and can-do attitude. Mahalo, Anakala, for your life's dedication to provide better for your people. And a belated hau'olelaha now. As a side note, I would like to mahalo Anake Loretta for being Anakala's pillar of support. Mahalo nui.
Chair, the next testifier is Lori Buchanan, to be followed by Tricia Keholani Watson-Sprode.
Is she online?
Yes. Go ahead, Lori.
Where is she?
I can see that she is online. Well, we'll go to Tricia Keholani Watson-Sprode and then come back to Ms. Buchanan.
Is Ms. Buchanan's video and mic enabled?
I'm going to go. Our Auntie Lori can be on. Can wait. Go. Okay. Aloha mai kako. My name is Tricia Keholani Watson-Sprode. I am testifying on behalf of our organization, Aina Momona. I'm vice president, but my real title for 20 years has been Garut, which is why I always look so tired, because he still runs circles around me. But just very briefly, Aina Momona started in my living room with a piece of folder paper about 10 years ago. And it was really funny at the time. He was everywhere. And like Autumn said, so much of what we have today around access rights, local ia, are because of the work Uncle Walter has done for decades. But when I asked him what he wanted to do with this organization and basically the rest of his days, he said he wanted to go home to Molokai. And he wanted to go home to Auntie Loretta, which, if you've ever seen the two of them, they are relationship marriage goals that none of us will ever achieve. And what we couldn't have imagined at the time was that going home and focusing on Molokai would actually increase his reach exponentially. The work we've been able to do, the work that continues to inspire, is truly because of the love the two of them have, not only for each other, but for the Aina, for Hawaii, for the Lahui. So it has truly been one of the greatest honors of my life to bear witness to that, to be a part of that. You know how much we love you. I also know Auntie Loretta is really the magic and the strength behind it all. So to the both of you, always to the both of you, we are so grateful. Thank you very much for this resolution and this recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Go back to Ms. Buchanan. Laura Buchanan, looks like you're unmuted on our end.
Do you see her?
I see her on the meeting. Laura Buchanan? Oh, we will.
We'll keep working on it,
okay,
because
maybe,
we have to have her on.
Would you like to try to sign out and sign back in, and we'll keep a watch for you? So we'll go to Tiari Lawrence, and then we'll return to Lori Buchanan.
Yeah, we have to have Auntie Lori on because she always tells us how good we are.
Aloha mai kako. Mahalo, Council Member Kiani Rollins, for putting forth this resolution, such a beautiful resolution. Today, I offer my deepest gratitude and respect to Anakala Walter, a fearless warrior for our Aina, our people, our future. Uncle Walter, your courage has shaped generations. You showed us what it means to stand up, even when it's hard, especially when it's dangerous. You faced down one of the greatest threats to our islands, the United States military, and you won. You stood firm on the sands of Koho'olawe, not with weapons, but with truth, conviction, and the power of Aloha Aina. Because of you, we learned that being Kanaka means never backing down from protecting our home. You didn't just resist. You inspired a movement. You gave us permission to be bold, to rise up, and to never forget who we are. I am forever indebted to your heroism and bravery. But I would be remiss not to honor the quiet, steadfast force that has walked beside you through it all. Auntie Loretta. With unmatched grace, patience, and aloha, you have supported and strengthened this movement in your own powerful way. Your presence has been the foundation beneath Uncle Walter's feet, the calm through storms, the aloha in the resistance. You are a pillar of strength, and we see you, we honor you. I want to share a moment that I had with Uncle Walter. We were organizing the Aloha Aina Unity March nearly 10 years ago. Maybe it is 10 years. And I needed guidance. You know, we were taking on such this big event, and I called Uncle and I said, Uncle, I don't know what to do. And I asked you for your mana'o, and you shared this olela no eau, and you told me, how does it feel in your gut? I said, I don't know, it's like, it doesn't feel right. And you told me, that's your kopuna talking. You need to follow your na'au. And I can honestly say the moments that I didn't follow my na'au is when I experienced trauma and made bad decisions. And so I've always held that olela no eau closely to my heart. Mahalo, Uncle. To both of you, mahalo nui loa for giving your lives to this work. Your love for the Aina and for each other is a legacy that will endure for generations. You remind us all that true leadership comes from a place of deep love, sacrifice, and kuleana. Mahalo, mahalo, mahalo.
Thank you, Tiari. Ms. Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can see that Ms. Lori Buchanan is on and unmuted on our side. Lori Buchanan? Perhaps try if you haven't signed off and signed back in, perhaps calling in.
She did sign off and sign back
She
in.
did? Oh, okay. I don't know what the issue is. It looks like she's okay in terms of being unmuted on our side.
She said it's still disabled.
And we have her in the right category.
Okay. She said she'll try and call in.
Okay, great. So we'll move on to Leimana Ridi Kamara, to be followed by Kealoha, and we'll keep a lookout for Lori Buchanan. Leimana Ridi Kamara.
Aloha, you guys can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. O I kua pori ke kane o Margaret Kiala Manu Bene Amina na puupahe e ka wahine. No pulawa hanau maila o William Ulumahe he purdy he kane. O William Ulumahe he purdy ke kane o ela kapa ku ka wahine. No pulawa a hanau maila. O ana hi yaka I ka polio pele purdy he wahine. O ana hi yaka I ka polio pele ka wahine o Walter Lee Ritty Sr. ke kane. No pulawa a hanau maila o Walter Lee Ritty Jr. he kane. Aloha ka aina o moloka inu iahina. E ola ka ohana Ritty. Aloha. I don't know how long those names weren't spoken or heard, but that's who we come from. That's who our ohana come from. My name is Skylie Manalukia Lariti Kamara, and I'm a beloved niece of Uncle Walter, and my mama is Scarlett. He is the only brother to 5 titas, and I'm honored to be his niece. Mahalo, Uncle Walter. Mahalo, Ohana, for always standing up for our Aina. And I'm truly blessed and honored to have witnessed his work in my life. And for the generations that had passed who he come from, he stands proud and honored today, and for the generations to come, he will be a leader and a role model for our keiki aloha ka'aina o Molokai and Hawaii and beyond. And I want to also mahalo all his titas for standing by his side and supporting him in all his crazy things in life, and his wahine Auntie Loretta. We love you so, so much. Without a mana wahine for a kane, that kane cannot really do too much. And I know that because I am a child of my mama, and she is a mana wahine. And I want to just, hau'olila hanau, Uncle Walter, we love you so much from Molokai, and mahalo nui everyone for supporting my uncle and making this come to life while he's still here with us. And very honored that he gets to witness this before, his time is done in Hawaii. But mahalo, aloha, e ola ka ohana riti, e ola.
Hola. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next testifier is Kealoha. And then we'll return to see if Lori Buchanan's been able to connect.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Okay.
You guys better hear me. I'm the big mouth on Molokai. Right, Kiani? Just say yes. Anyway, I'm here to testify in support of Uncle Walter, because him and Auntie Loretta are the backbone of Molokai, like truly the backbone. And so I am in full support, and I would like to ask that, you guys write that check for Uncle Walter and say, happy birthday, Uncle, because that's the best birthday you can get for him. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know if Kealoha is testifying separately or if Ms. Buchanan was using that connection, but we'll call for a testifier with the name Kealoha. Okay.
That's me.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to Kai Nishiki, he'll be followed by...
I see Auntie Lori right here, right?
Huh?
She's on.
She's on. Okay, thank you.
She's on.
Okay, please go ahead, Lori Buchanan.
Aloha and thank you, and mahalo to my Maui County Council. I heard you, Shirley. Sorry I couldn't join earlier, but I want to mahalo and aloha the hardest working, most intelligent, damn best looking council in all of Hawaii. I want to thank you guys for doing this for Walter today, really from the bottom of my heart and from my family. Mahalo and aloha to all of you. I love each and every one of you. And I support everything you guys do all the time. And just like the work you do for Walter, you can love him and you can hate him, but every community needs a Walter Reedy. And so I really want to thank you guys. Thank you, Keani. Thank you guys for supporting Keani and this resolution today to honor this kupuna. Now we kupuna, we all kupuna. But I remember growing up on Molokai watching the sky light up above Kaho'olawe when the flares went up. And some of you are old enough on the council to remember this, followed by bombs, and you could hear them. And in the daytime, when it was windy, I remember seeing the plumes of dust just come in hordes. And I see Councilman Cook nodding his head. Yeah, we all seen those plumes of dirt that would come over from Kaho'olawe. And so, like Lemana had mentioned earlier, our mother is Anna Purdy from Ulupalakua, born and raised in Ulupalakua. And so our work has always been for Maui Nui, but Walter's reach was resonated not only in Hawaii, but throughout the world. And so I really wanted to thank all of you guys for recognizing him today. I really appreciate it. I cannot thank you guys enough. And I wanted to give you guys mana as we head into budget season, because I don't know if you're going to be smiling that much and looking this great as you guys all look today. So thank you. I love you guys. Mahalo.
Thank you, Auntie Laurie. And yes, we are in the middle of budget, and whatever you want, you're going to get, okay?
Ooh, you guys all heard that? Okay.
I heard
I
that.
love you guys. Mahalo.
It's in the record now.
Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. The next testifier is Kaina Shiki, to be followed by Keo Moku Kapu.
Aloha, Chair, council members. Didn't think I was going to get emotional, but Auntie Laurie brought up the bombing at Kaho'olawe. And I used to sit on the beach at McKenna and witness the destruction. And Dad was just saying, yeah, like we could even feel the impact. It would reverberate all the way to the sands of McKenna. And so just want to mahalo you and all our kupuna who have provided such inspiration to carry on this good work of protecting our environment and protecting our home here. So mahalo very much for that. But just wanted to share also, this morning I went out to my yard and there's this tree that I planted, a mountain apple tree, and it bloomed for the first time today. And that mountain apple tree came from when you were running for state house to represent us. And we went out to Hana in a van with a whole bunch of kalo and vegetables collected by local farmers to give out and spread awareness for your state house run. And you told us, I want to eat mountain apple. And so we pulled over on the side of the road at Honolulu and sat on the side of the road in the ditch eating mountain apple. And I said, oh, give me all of the seeds because I'm gonna plant them in my yard. And I just, this morning it was just, and then also seeing the keiki here with the resolution, and then honoring kupuna, like just the life cycle of how like a small seed can be planted and it carries on into the future. And so thank you for planting all of the seeds in our hearts and in our minds to inspire and awaken us. And you and my dad really, have inspired me in my life. And we're also just sitting here talking about how we sat in these very chambers to defend kalo from genetic modification. And so there's endless stories and endless inspiration that you have provided to us. So thank you to Kiani and the Maui County Council for giving us a chance to honor our kupuna while they're still here with us, and so that they truly understand how grateful we are. Mahalo nui.
Thank you, Kai. Oh, we have another handsome guy next to you. I wonder what his name is.
If I may say a few words. Thank you, County Council. From the bottom of my heart, it was a day at Pakakalo. I spent the last days with Uncle Harry Mitchell. At that time, he was looking for his son Kimo and George Helm, who had been lost at sea. When I see Uncle Walter and Loretta, I guess I was once like you, a dirty mouth. Nothing nice to say. And Alice, you remember, they had to remove me a couple of times. Throwing the budget in the rubbish can, getting one big budget with hatchets and sickles and ready to chop the mayor's budget. Anyway, I want to end to Uncle Walter with these last words. I remember going to Molokai, budget hearings, whatever, committee hearings. And he stood at the forefront of many people on Molokai that I did not know well. All the pilau words that came out of their mouths, I don't forget. What you fought for, George Helm, Kimo Mitchell, Emmett Aluli, your gang, Colette, Napoleon, I won't forget. People like you, people are very critical of what you have said in the past. One thing I remember, and I will say it to my esteemed council members, don't worry what people talk about you. You will never be happy. People will never be happy with what you give them during the budget hearings. One thing about you, Walter, you walk your talk. Nobody can ever take that away from you. People can just think you walk your talk wherever I've seen it or heard your voice. Mahalo. God bless your family. Lastly, I want to tell you, I had a drinking problem and I had a stroke. I should be 6 feet under. While they were carting me to the hospital, I was praying to God. And this year makes 3 years since I've had a drop of alcohol in my mouth. God bless you guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chair, the next testifier is Ke'eo Mokukapu. And currently he is the last person signed up to testify.
Aloha kako.
Aloha.
My name is Kilmoko Kapu from Lahaina. Oh, that's a hard act to follow, but I'll try. One thing I learned about Walter is you gotta adapt, and we definitely are learning to adapt every day. I think the hardest part for me was the day after the fire. But from the grace of God, Aina Momona came to our aid. And I wouldn't have took on the responsibilities of being the cultural observer and monitor for the burn if it wasn't for them and the finances that they provided to make sure that we had the necessary tools to be on the field. I've always been adamant on the way the federal government had enacted when we start talking about federal recognition. I've always been on the fence. But lo and behold, when that day came, I had to learn to adapt. And if it wasn't for Aina Momona providing us with those mea makamai that we needed to, so we can put all our families on the field for Naikani, which was only an employment of 5 people. With the help of resources from the community, we were able to build our resources from 5 employees to 62 employees to be the cultural monitors for the burn in Lahaina Town. I owe a lot to that brother over there, because he taught me the most valuable lesson. Sometimes when you're looking at something that is very serious, it's better to fight on my feet than on my knees. But then at the same time, to learn to accept the status quo sometimes of what we need to do so we can stay the course and be persistent and never give up, to stand and represent our Lahui in every way we can, even if it means that I have to take on 5 federal contracts, and which we did. And I owe that to that man right there and his association and his affiliates. I love that family. Mahalo no kako. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next and currently last testifier is Chantel Lindo.
Oh, our second favorite.
Second, aloha my kaku council. Aloha, my council members. Love the hardworking council members we have, and appreciate you guys so much, and defend you with my life so that I can have anything I want from this council. But just wanted to jump on and talk about a little bit about just being so grateful to Kiani for presenting a resolution and wanting to ask the council to do more of these, to create a category for honoring our living legends. We often only see this kind of stuff when families have to come so we can celebrate somebody after they're gone. But when these people can see our love and aloha for them and their lifetime achievements, I think it creates a better community of support and just overall unity. So wanna hope that the council will do more of these living legend type resolutions. Everybody's been talking about Uncle in the ku'e and all the things that he's done in the past. And because I'm really, really young, I never really know all that stuff before. My experience with Uncle had always been, his daughter was my best friend growing up through high school. And then I was kind of sheltered from the rest of the fighting that was going on and the advocacy. Let me tell you a little bit about Uncle Walter 2.0. He and I had always been up to 2017 on different sides of the line. Not that we both didn't love Molokai, but we both saw different pathways. And so in the La'au Point development situation, there was an event where they did a march, 500 people, Uncle taking them in all red shirts, while a few of us Molokai people stood by the gate of Molokai Ranch advocating for sit-down talk story. And they walked through, and I remember watching him lead these guys through, and I was like, oh God, please help me understand where this is coming from, because my na'au is just at unrest. And then didn't happen until 2017 when I was on the prayer table in town, and Uncle Walter came by and he said, I need your help. We need to unify our island, and POW are the days of fighting and being on the defense. We're gonna play offense from now on. And so he and I got together, and since 2017, I have been honored to stand by his side to find and pave new ways for the new 2.0 Kanaka that hasn't given up any of its integrity or ability to stand firm and fight for what is right, but who is also guided by wisdom that allows us to sit at tables of government and corporation and hold our own, being intelligent and wise and productive. And Uncle has taught us that he can go from the field to the boardroom and just be so charismatic and so inspiring, and not just because he's Walter Riddy and he get one long history of advocacy, but because Uncle come with what he believes. Whether you believe it or not, by the time he leave you, you're gonna be inspired. And so I just want to thank Uncle and Auntie for sewing into me and my life. I want to thank you for every breath. Like, even when you walk into our office and come for your weekly wisdom session that you're dousing on our office, and you take off your slipper outside the door, I always have to smile and be grateful that still get people like you who are authentically real. And whether you like that or not, too bad. And so, Uncle, I honor you for the amount of hours and love you have put into our lahui and our island. I honor you for what you're teaching our young people and showing by example, physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. And I love you, Auntie Loretta. I cannot even begin to tell you how grateful I am for you. So mahalo nui. Thank you for taking me under your wing. Thank you for into me and the rest of our island and our lahui. You deserve this, Uncle. Mahalo, and mahalo Keani.
Thank you.
Chair, we had a testifier signing up under the name Royal House of Hawaii.
Could you repeat that?
Royal House of Hawaii.
Aloha. Okay, I just wanted to testify that we need to do a royal patent roundup by law from all the decisions and the discussions being made in my Papa's kingdom, Kamehameha III.
Excuse me,
and we have to go abide by his laws.
Excuse me.
Kamehameha III's law.
Please read, your testimony needs to be on the resolution regarding Walter Riddy. Do you have any testimony on that?
Oh, yeah, it is in the resolution.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is. It's my Papa's kingdom, Kamehameha III, Kamehameha III's constitution, okay? And we gotta do royal patent roundup for every single island, every single Ahupua'a and Ili, and round up all the beneficiaries to their undivided family lifetime estate by law. And I just wanted to testify on that. And mahalo, kia puapu, iesupu.
Is he still on?
Okay.
Any more testifiers?
No, no one else has signed up to testify on Resolution 25-93, so we'll give last call. I see J.C. Law making his way to the podium.
Hi, Auntie Alice. J.C. Law, kula uko wa ko Ahupua'a. When I lived on Oahu, 1976 to 78, I was just a keiki, like 10 years old. We heard stories about you guys. And I couldn't picture going out there. I was scared even to go out into the surf or Waikiki with the boogie board. So I couldn't imagine going, and when I came back here, I still can't imagine taking a surfboard over there to Ko'olave. And when they were doing the Pledge of Allegiance this morning, I was looking at the map of the island out there, looking at Ko'olave. So everybody needs to remember to include that when they say Maui Nui. Well, yeah, thank you. My dad was in the Navy, so I kind of like try to stay. Excuse me, Alice. I got what you got, I guess. That's what I get for eating in the chamber. Thank you, Brother Walter, and the other two guys that didn't make it back in. You beat the United States Navy. I'm going to take on the United States Army.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Chair, I see DeGray Vanderbilt. Do you wish to testify on this resolution? And so go ahead and unmute on your end. DeGray Vanderbilt. Last call, DeGray Vanderbilt.
I see his video enabled. Mr. Vanderbilt, you just have to unmute yourself with the mic icon.
It's at the top right of your screen.
Okay, we're going to need to proceed.
Okay. And so we'll give last call for any testimony on Resolution 25-93. Chair, we don't see anyone raising their hand in teams or making their way to the podium. So we'll give last call, counting down 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one else to testify.
Any objections to closing public testimony, except for Mr. Vanderbilt?
No objections.
Chair, I have Mr. Vanderbilt on the phone right now.
Okay.
I'm just asking him to turn down the volume to the meeting so that I can put you on speaker. Okay, there you go. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Vanderbilt. Okay, go ahead.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
You have to turn down the volume of the meeting. DeGray. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Good, go. You're on speaker.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm just a technical novice here. And anyway, my name's DeGray Vanderbilt. I was 38 years on Molokai. And, my partner never wanted to move to Molokai, and I certainly never wanted to move to Maui. But we're getting older. I'm up at about 83 right now. And I'm founding member of Ka'uano Kalapapa, and I was fortunate while I was on Molokai to be elected chair of the Molokai Planning Commission. And I want to say mahalo to Walter for his years of caring for Molokai, providing a sustained implementation of Native Hawaiian cultural values. And his work continues today. He's focused on making sure that Kalapapa does not get taken over in the future by the federal government and National Park Service, which is the direction it's going now, is with the government agencies involved. And as a former speaker said, Walter's walked the walk. And many of those people that are critical of him have never walked the walk. They've never walked any walk. Walter was always prepared. He was steadfast in his beliefs. And one of the words that I feel best characterizes Walter his successes is onipa'a, steadfast, firm, resolute, immovable. And I want to share just one quick story with you. I was over on Molokai, and I was talking to one of the members of Sustainable Molokai. A lot of young people have come back. The old folks who fought all the battles against the developers, every 5 years they'd come into Molokai and try to change things, and they lost each time. But the older folks were wondering, well, who's going to take over? Well, thanks to what Walter and others did to contribute to make Molokai what it is, the young folks started coming back. One's educated on the mainland in Oahu because they saw that Molokai was probably one of the few places in the world where the community controlled its destiny. And when I was on Molokai, I asked one young lady, who I won't name, but I asked her, I said, why did you come back to Molokai? And she said, well, I'm making less money, but you don't know how wonderful it is to know you can go on and live your life and it's not going to change because of some government action. And I would like to thank Walter for laying the groundwork for Molokai being what it is today. So thank you, Walter, and happy Easter to everybody. Aloha.
Mahalo Tigre.
Thank you. Ms. Clark?
Chair will give one last call for any testimony on Resolution 25-93. Seeing no one raising their hand in teams or making their way to the podium, we'll count down 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one else to testify.
Members, any objections to closing public testimony on resolutions, ceremonial resolutions?
No
Taking written. So ordered. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you is Resolution 25-93, honoring Walter Riddy for his lifetime of advocacy, leadership, and dedication to the people and Aina of Hawaii.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 25-93.
Second.
It's been moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Sinanci, to adopt Resolution 25-93. Discussion. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I'm also going to make a motion to substitute. Always the instigator in all the good ways, Auntie Scarlett, Uncle Walter's sister. She was the instigator of this resolution. His 5 sisters, they play such a pivotal role in his life. And on Molokai, you heard from Auntie Scarlett's daughter, Lemana, this morning, who helped us to meet the deadline that was last Thursday within like 3 hours. So, mahalo. We wanted to get this resolution on the council agenda as close to his birthday as possible, which was 5 days ago. I move to substitute Resolution 25-93 with the proposed FD1 version distributed by the Office of the County Clerk.
Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Pro Tem Kama, to substitute the original resolution. Discussion. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I'd like to read the resolution into the record, and then I'll pause and I'll invite any of my colleagues to share mana'o before I do.
Okay.
Resolution 25-93, honoring Walter Riddy Jr. for his lifetime of advocacy, leadership, and dedication to the people and Aina of Hawaii. Whereas Walter Riddy Jr., a proud son of Molokai, has dedicated his life to the protection of the Hawaiian lands, water, culture, and people, rising as a powerful voice for Native Hawaiian rights and environmental justice. And whereas in the early 1970s, Uncle Walter helped organize Hui Alaloa, a group of Kia'i on Molokai, to fight for access rights for Kanaka to exercise their traditional subsistence practices. And whereas he led a march along Molokai's North Shore asserting traditional access rights from Mo'omomi to Kawakū under threat of arrest by the Maui County Police in 1971. And whereas Uncle Walter was one of the original protectors of Kaho'olawe, risking his life in a movement that awakened a new era of cultural pride, sovereignty, and environmental stewardship in Hawaii. And whereas he was a key participant in the 1978 Constitutional Convention, which led to the formation of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, and where he helped to author Article 12, Section 7 of the Hawaii State Constitution, which codifies Native Hawaiian cultural and gathering rights. And whereas Uncle Walter also went on to become one of the first to sit on the Office of Hawaiian Affairs Board of Trustees. And whereas a leader in the Hui Ho'opakele Aina organization, Uncle Walter joined other Molokai residents in protecting water access rights from large landowners who sought to drill and pump a well that would divert millions of gallons away from Hawaiian homesteaders and Molokai's South Shore fisheries. And whereas in the 1980s, Uncle Walter and other prominent Molokai leaders revived the makahiki ceremony and competitions on Molokai, grounding and inspiring the next generation of Kanaka. And whereas in the 1990s, Uncle Walter led the restoration of centuries-old fish ponds, loko'i'a, on Molokai to reclaim food sustainability. And whereas for the first time in over 100 years, these loko'i'a were being restored, and Uncle Walter led the effort to rediscover the ike kupuna and science used to operate these complex aquaculture systems and streamline the policies impeding this important work. And whereas at Kiawanui Loko'i'a in Ka'amola, Uncle Walter established a new Hawaiian Learning Center to teach future generations about traditional aquaculture, the ancient Ahupua'a land system, and the principle of Aloha Aina as the basis for teaching Ike Kupuna. And whereas the Aina-based education center continues to flourish today and is a shining example of culturally informed, place-based learning. And whereas Uncle Walter battled Maui County and the State Department of Hawaiian Homelands in court for the right to build a home on his family's homestead using traditional design and modern materials. And whereas Uncle Walter prevailed, and not only has he and his family have been living in that home for the past 20 years, but countless other families have been able to do the same thanks to his efforts. And whereas in the early 2000s, Uncle Walter led the charge to prevent the cruise line industry from making Kaunakakai Harbor a landing port by arguing the destructive impacts of the cruise ship industry would have detrimentally impacting Molokai's fragile unique fringing reef system and the strain it would put on the small local community. And whereas in the mid-2000s, Uncle Walter organized thousands of community members against the proposed La'au Point development project and eventually forced the developers to take the project off the table, ending what would have been the longest shoreline development in Hawaii. And whereas he has also been heavily active in the statewide push against the chemical agriculture and genetically modified organisms biotech industry, calling for greater oversight and transparency. And whereas Uncle Walter, as a staunch supporter of sustainable regenerative agriculture and traditional Ahupua'a management, helped establish Label It Hawaii and Hawaii Seed, two groups that work to raise awareness surrounding GMOs in Hawaii. And whereas most recently, Uncle Walter helped to lead the protection of Mauna Awakia by organizing protectors opposing the construction of the 30-meter telescope on Mauna Kea. And whereas as one of 37 kupuna who put their bodies on the front line, Uncle Walter was one of 7 kia'i to chain himself to the cattle guard for 11 hours, successfully preventing construction crews from moving forward, and was arrested on the Mauna. And whereas Uncle Walter's courage, wisdom, and aloha have inspired countless individuals across Hawaii and beyond to stand for justice, aloha aina, and to uphold the values of our kupuna. And whereas, in honor of Uncle Walter's 80th birthday, Mayor Richard T. Bisson proclaimed April 12, 2025, Aloha Aina Day. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the County of Maui, 1, that it honors Walter Ritty for a lifetime of advocacy, leadership, and dedication to the people and Aina of Hawaii. 2, that it recognizes Walter Ritty's unwavering dedication and lifelong contributions to the La'ahui and the land. 3, that it joins Mayor Bisson in proclaiming April 12, 2025, Aloha Aina Day. And 4, that certified copies of this resolution be transmitted to Walter Ritty Jr., the Honorable Josh Green, MD, Governor, State of Hawaii, the Honorable Sylvia Luke, Lieutenant Governor, State of Hawaii, the Honorable Ronald Kochi, Senate President, State of Hawaii, the Honorable Nadine Nakamura, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Lindy Coit, Senator, the Honorable Mahina Poi Poi, Representative, the Honorable Kaili'i Kahele, Chair, Office of Hawaiian Affairs, and the Honorable Richard T. Bisson, Jr., Mayor, County of Maui. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Discussion. Member Rollins Fernandez.
I'll invite my colleagues to provide their comments, and then I will share mine now.
Okay. Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo, Member Rollins Fernandez. The East Maui Ohana rise in full support of this resolution. My Maui Hikina, my Ke'anai Kaupo, our deepest, sincerest gratitude to Uncle Walter Reedy for his years of advocacy and aloha aina. Also to Auntie Loretta for always standing by his side. You both have always been a positive role model for our kanaka, and you continue to be inspiration for us to holomua and aina aloha maua mau. So haoli lahano, mahalo.
Thank you. Anyone else? Member Paulton.
The West Maui Ohana rise in full support of Uncle Walter Reedy. Haoli lahanau and mahalo.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not,
Chair.
Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you. I just wanted to share the story with everyone and with Walter. I don't know if you remember, but 2015 at the Maui Golf Course, when the 122 delegates, I remember because Keani was there, and so we all walked through, and Ka'eo them guys were out there protesting, but we walked through nonetheless. And then you decided that you wanted to join the convention. And the people in the convention decided, no, they don't like you, come. So I was sitting next to Laurie. So I told Laurie, we should tell him come. You know what she told me? She said, no, because you don't know how to color inside the lines. So I said, well, I would have advocated for that, but, you know, it's only me. And then Laurie said, you can color inside the lines, and the other 121 delegates. But nonetheless, I thought that was pretty funny. And I thought that was probably one instance where it's like, I maybe should have stood up, even if I was only one in that 122 delegates and spoken. Maybe Keani would have stood up too, I don't know. But nonetheless.
I doubt it.
But this is in 2015. But I thank you for your life's work. And I remember you from way, 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 way back during Kalahui Hawaii times when Mililani Trask was out there beating the drums, right, about a sovereign nation. So I'm grateful to you, to your wife, to your family, and the sacrifice that they gave so that you can work for us, for Manawahi. But thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I rise in full support of this resolution. Walter Reedy has been an inspiration to me in running for office. I've looked at his work, and I live on Lanai, and Molokai is very different than Lanai, but we also are very similar in many ways. And just to see him do his work then in the past and then doing his work now, there's a poem that comes to mind. It's the Robert Frost poem about stone walls, right? So if you allow me to read just a couple verses. He only says, good fences make good neighbors. Spring is the mischief in me, and I wonder if I could put a notion in his head. Why do they make good neighbors? Isn't it where there are cows? But here there are no cows. Before I build a wall, I'd ask to know, what is it I was walling in or walling out, and to whom I'd like to give offense? Something there is that doesn't love a wall, that wants it down. I could say elves to him, but it's not elves exactly. I'd rather he'd say it for himself. So the difference is in Lanai, where we have one owner and we have no say in our island. And then I see Molokai and how much they have a say in their island. There are walls that need to be taken down, but there also are walls that protect, to keep them cows out. So I really appreciate all of your life's work, and you inspire us for not just today, not just here, but hopefully forever. So thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Hodgins.
Thank you. Since we're all going, I'm happy to support this as well. And I was thinking while everybody was speaking how fancy you have to be to just go by your first name. Uncle Walter, nobody needs to say his last name to know exactly who they're talking about. And that is a huge feat to just, go by Uncle Walter, period. I don't think I'll ever get there, but I'm glad you did. And as somebody who has spent many mornings in Hakeoava welcoming the sun, I thank you for your courage and the bravery it took to do what you did, and how much people it has touched. Though we've never actually met before, but I will hug you in a few minutes. And I just wanted to say mahalo and happy birthday.
Thank you. All right, members, your turn. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I only have 7 pages.
Okay. We were hoping to go home for the 6 o'clock
all right,
news.
I think I can summarize the 2 pages. That day at the 2016 AHA that Councilmember Kama spoke about, I was given direct instructions by Uncle Walter to give him hell. So that's what I did. Okay, here we go. Oh man, all the emotions. Okay. So much of who I am today is because of you, Uncle Walter. I sit in this seat today because of you, Uncle Walter. And today you've got to witness a little of the multiplier effect you've had in creating space for our next generation and empowering them to awamu kuleana. So much of that fighting spirit we desperately need today. In preparing this resolution, I reflected on my first Kamolokai Makahiki competition. I had the honor of representing our first grade at Kaunikakai Elementary School in Hakamoa, where you grab and hold up one leg and balance on the other. You grasp the hand of your opponent, and the official grasps the clasped hands and says, "Ho'oma kaukau." We respond, "Ma kaukau." And the Makahiki official says, "Oia." Our Makahiki official was Uncle Walter. I'll never forget the pride I felt watching everyone practice the traditions of our kupuna and having the opportunity to take part myself. I felt so proud to be Kanaka, especially knowing that the immediate generations before me wasn't afforded such an opportunity, the opportunity to experience such pride in our culture and our lahui. And Kamakahiki Molokai Makahiki continues today. These types of practices help shape my worldview, my identity, and define my life's purpose. My kuleana to Molokai, to our community, to our lahui, past, present, and 7 generations into the future. And I know that rings true for so many others, as you heard in testimony today. Molokai has a reputation of being fierce protectors of our home, in large part because of Uncle Walter's work. And while Uncle Walter certainly is known for ku'e, he should also be known for his work in kukulu, both in building capacity within our lahui and on the aina, in developing and maintaining relationships and effective collaboration. And this capacity building must be built on a strong foundation, a foundation of the truth. As Uncle Walter says, the truth, the truth, the truth. As Carter G. Woodson stated, If you can control a person's thinking, you do not have to worry about their actions. When you determine what a person shall think, you do not have to concern yourself with what they will do. If you make a person feel that they are inferior, you do not have to compel them to accept an inferior status. They will seek it themselves. If you make a person that they are justly outcast, you don't have to order them to the back door. They will go without being told. And if there's no back door, their very nature will demand one. So the truth to decolonize our mind, our Hawaiian kingdom continues. Uncle Walter teaches us every day is a battle against assimilation into the colonizing forces. As the testifiers before me eloquently shared, that was a terrible transition. Auntie Loretta, my first kumuhula, truly the embodiment of aloha. Aloha as the most powerful force, just as she is. And you can see that aloha permeate in all the keiki, all their keiki and mo'opuna. Leaders like Uncle Walter and Auntie Loretta not only inspire and galvanize the masses. Great leaders are great because of who they are and what they do. But the greatest leaders are the greatest because of the person they bring out within us and the power we wield together. In this vast time-space continuum, it's such a privilege to share this timeline with the two of you. I love you two so much. And for your 80th birthday, Uncle Walter, the Aina being held by Molokai Ranch will be returned to our community. Happy birthday. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. And so before we take the vote on the substitution, I'm glad you mentioned the makahiki. Because when you were in the first grade celebrating the makahiki, Wayne Nishiki and I, in the 90s, voted to fund the makahiki. Remember, Wayne?
Yeah. And we still do.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah, we do a few good things around here. So, any more comments or discussion? Then I'm going to ask for your vote on the amendment, which is the substitution. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
990 noes, motion carries. Now the main motion as amended. Any more discussion? No? No more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
990 noes, motion carries. Now, Ms. Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. May I invite Uncle Walter to share a few words?
Of course. Walter, could you please come down? Member Rollins-Fernandez, what do you want us to do?
Hey, Maui, oh, come on. Hey, hey. Not to Puna. Puna Friday. Hey, Maui, oh, come on. Hey, hey. Hey, na Pua. Maui, oh, come on. Ha. Nakeke, okay, guy. Ha, ha. Ha, hey, hey, hey. Ha, hey, hey, hey. Ha, hey, hey, hey.
Thank you, Uncle Don Atai.
Oh mahila, ke inu mahila, na hala o na we I ke kai e. No na we ka hala, no una e ka wahine, no ka lua, no I kila we ai ai. Ke lehi mai la o ka ula I ke kai e, o ka malama lama, o ni iha ua mali he. Amali e ua pae, ka inu mahila, ke inu mahila, na la o na we ke kai e. No na we ka la, no kuna e ka wahine, no ka lua no I kila hue ai. Ke lehi mai la o ka ula I ke kai e, o ka malama lama, o ni iha ua mali e. Amali e ua pae, ka inu mahila, ke inu mahila, na la o na we ke kai e. No na we ka la, no una e ka wahine, no ka lua no I kila we ai. Ke lehi mai la o ka ula I ke kai e, o ka malama lama, o ni iha ua mali e. Amali e ua pae, ke inu mahila, ke inu mahila, na la o na we ke kai e. No na we ka la, no una e ka wahine, no ka lua no I kila we ai. Ke lehi mai la o ka ula I ke kai e, o ka malama lama, o ni iha ua mali e. Amali e ua pae, ka inu mahila, ke inu mahila, na la o na we ke kai e. No na we ka la, no una e ka wahine, no ka lua no I kila we ai.
Aloha, Walter.
Aloha. All of this happened so fast. It was really hard. They said, Walter, you gotta go to Maui. Okay, call the airlines, no more flights. Molokai story. Okay, get any boats going over, put the word out. Okay, we found a boat, 7 o'clock, get in there. I think we can make it. How's the weather? Then I get a phone call. Oh, there's an opening, 7:30 tonight. There's an open seat. Oh, we can make it to Maui. Get there 7:30. No, your flight has been changed to 9 o'clock. Oh my gosh. So it's always been an uphill battle on doing whatever is right. And the real reason why I went through all of this just to get here wasn't because this was about Walter Riddy. That had nothing to do with it. I wanted to come badly because it's a celebration of Aloha Aina. That's what this is all about. Aloha Aina took on the United States military, and we won. So to be able to give more credence to the Aina has to survive in the middle of this Pacific Ocean. Little dots. It's so easy to spoil it. It's so easy to misuse it and make it a place where nobody can live on it anymore. So if Aloha can defeat the United States military, then it's important for us to understand that without the aloha, the aina cannot survive. And that's why I'm here tonight, is because, not tonight, but today and tonight and the next day and the next day. I'm going to be here for a couple of days doing all kinds of stuff since I'm here. But to have a day that we start to celebrate the aina with aloha is going to be critical for our survival. So mahalo for this honor, but let's all start to figure out what celebrations we're going to do in order to keep our aina alive. Mahalo and aloha.
Mahalo.
Chair, before the Riddies run away, we're gonna take a photo, and I'm gonna share on the screen.
Okay.
And if Lauren can help me.
Walter, would your wife like to, Loretta, would you like to say a few words? Go ahead.
If
May as well.
if everyone would like to join me, join us in Oli Mahalo. Lauren, if you can help us with the share screen. Okay. Okay. Uhola ia kamakalo ala. Pu ai ke aloha la. Pu ka ia ka halo ala. Pavehi mai nā lehua. Mai ka ho'oku ia ka halawaila. Mahalo me ke akua. Mahalo e nā punala ea. Mahalo me ke aloha la. Mahalo me ke aloha la. And I'd like to invite everyone to come and take a photo with us on the chamber floor. I know. Okay, so we'll do council first and then everybody. If you'll come and join us, please.
If I was skinty, I'd steal your closet.
Through the culture of the sausage around the chair.
Hi.
Cannot.
Social secretary.
Because the SME.
Thanks for the idea. Because I never took that. It's a government record. Tori, ask Kim if you like come eat with us. We're going to go to that place on 30, the highway, whatever. Is someone missing a hat? We have a hat.
Okay, members. Members, we're not in recess. Okay, so members of the public are just enjoying watching everybody walk around.
part of the meeting. The important stuff's happening right now.
Yes. Okay, so I wanted to ask you, it's almost 12 o'clock. You know, I don't think a lot of what's coming up is out of the ordinary. I was hoping maybe we could get through county communications, committee reports, resolutions, and start ordinances, and then take a quick lunch, because we have a 4 o'clock meeting, and then we have a 6 o'clock meeting tonight. Don't we still have the 4 o'clock meeting? No.
Oh, is that the deadline?
It's deadline. But
that's a deadline.
Yours and the two your residents.
Okay, that's a deadline for the
members.
The county-wide preferences, priorities, or something. Okay, we have that deadline at 4 o'clock, and then we have the 6 o'clock public hearing. So let's try and be expeditious going through the rest of this agenda. So, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, at this time, we'll be taking testimony on any items on the meeting agenda. We currently have 4 people signed up to testify at the beginning, so we'll start with Diane Preza testifying on Bill 3 FD1, and she will be followed by Melvin Catiel.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha, Chair Lee and members of the council.
Hi.
Diane Preza here testifying on Bill 3 FD1 2025 on behalf of Martha Evans. Her testimony reads, Aloha Chairwoman Lee and members of the Maui County Council. My name is Martha Ann Evans. Although I reside in Honolulu, my children and I still own our family home and have ancestral ties to Lanai and Maui Nui Akama. I lived on Lanai from 1976 through 2010 and was employed at Lanai High and Elementary School as a teacher and school administrator. More importantly, I was a community member and part of Lanaians for Sensible Growth, the grassroots organization that continues to advocate for the kupa'aina of Lanai and our homeland of Hawaii. It is a fact that the council passed the original Bill 23 CDI 2024 on first reading on August 27, 2024, and on second and final reading on September 13, 2024, without the public hearing on Lanai required by Code Section 2.80B 110D. Ordinance 5702 was made effective on September 18, 2024. It is also a fact that this procedural error necessitated the council to conduct a public hearing months after Council Bill 23 CDI 2024 was passed at the second and final reading on September 13, 2024. On March 28, 2025, I attended the virtual meeting to correct the procedural error and was surprised to hear council members chastising testifiers for not speaking up at the Lanai Planning Commission meetings. Perhaps the same question might be directed at the council. Why was Bill 23 passed on final reading without a public hearing on Lanai? I am opposed to Bill 3. In addition to the concerns I raised during the March 28th meeting, I ask you to reconsider the decision. The issue that is topmost in my mind and the minds of others is the relocation or demolition of the 2 remaining ranch homes, currently known as the Richardson homes. The council and the developer seem not to understand that these 2 physical structures represent much more than old buildings occupied by the last ranch cowboys and their families. These buildings tie us, na kupa o ka'aina, to the land. They are the anchors, the pilina, that remind us of the blood, sweat, and tears of these and other ranch families who made Ko'ele and Lanai what it is. When Pulama Lanai remodeled the lodge of Ko'ele, huge foreign sculptures were installed. It is said that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. True for some, but for us who know the land and its history, those sculptures were a way of marking territory and staking claim. Our kupuna were spiritual, explicit, reverent, and deliberate when they placed ki'i or built structures. Do not stake claim to our aina with what you think is appropriate. You may own the title, but the land is not yours. You will see in time that the land does as it wants. We have kuleana to the land and to those buildings. We are tied to the land, and those 2 homes are there for a reason. They are the pilina that remind us of our history, our sacrifices, and of what is possible when we come together 7 generations back and 7 generations forward. Please ensure that the homes remain where they belong. Respectfully, Martha Ann Evans. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any questions? Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to clarify the request is for a no vote on Bill 3?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? If not, may we have the next testifier, please?
Chair, the next testifier is Melvin Catiel testifying on Bill 3 FD1, to be followed by Lawrence Carnicelli.
Mr. Catiel?
Hello, council members?
Hi.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. My name is Melvin Catiel. I was born and raised here. I'm the third generation of Lanai, family on Lanai. I was raised, and not raised, but we spent a lot of time at Koele at the two halls. My auntie, who lived there, I had two aunties live there, one almost 50 years up there during the ranch time. That's the one when they were going to move her out of her original house. She was going to change herself to the house. She said she don't care. She didn't want to move down to the city. She wanted to stay up at Koele. So the company, because, it was a kind of hot issue at that time, the Lanai residents respect them. So the company decided to move the two houses to the side and put them in that house to live out their life. So I was working for the company at that time, known as Koele Company. And because there was my auntie, my boss at the time, Ronnie Don, who was working for Castle & Cook, also known as Oceanic Properties, told me, he gave me the honor of putting the pin where the two houses would be relocated. And that was in 1987 or 89. So I did that. So they cleared the land and they prepared to move the house for them to live there. So I'm opposed of the bill 3 FDY 2025 because I get a lot of feelings up there. See, I was raised, my cousins, them were raised up there and we used to play up there. It's like a playground for us when we were young, probably 8 years old, 7 years old. We used to go up there every weekend during deer season because my other uncle used to live in one of the houses. He was working for a skate fishing game. So they used to do the check-in station up there, and we used to like to see all the deer that the hunters bring in there. So I used to go up there every weekend during deer season. And, I get a lot of feeling for that place. I seen that place from the beginning. I was in charge of doing the grub work at Koele, preparing for the hotel. So I left a company because, the way I see they were building. So I left the company. I worked for the county, the sewer plant. And then I worked for the highway department, public works. I stayed 22 years until I retired. But I got a lot of feeling up there. And a lot of people tell me, oh, when you die, you're going to heaven. I said, no. When I die, I want to relive my life up there. That was the best time of my life. I said, I don't want to go to heaven. I want to relive my childhood life up there where I enjoyed. We couldn't beat the plantation life on Lanai when Doe used to run it. So now everything's changing. Now we get a lot of these rich people buying land, doing what they want. So, I cannot stand it anymore. So I hope you guys, realize that progress is not always good. So, feel for the local people who were brought up and live here. Don't get other people speak in favor of the project, but they don't know what we grew up there. They just work for the company and they just say what the company telling you what to do. So I seen that in Murdoch era. I seen the same thing happening, and now I see the same thing happening again. So that's all I have to say right now. So I hope you guys revoke Bill 3 FDI 1 2025. Thank you.
Any questions? If not, next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Lawrence Carnicelli. And Mr. Carnicelli, if you could please let us know what item you're testifying on, and he will be followed by Leslie Milner.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to testify when the item comes up. It's County Communication 25-4.
Chair, the next testifier is Leslie Milner. She will be testifying on Resolution 2587, Bill 15, Bill 51, and Bill 53.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, council members. Good to see you back in the chamber, Chair. Just very briefly, Resolution 2587 was discussed in the BFED committee on the 14th. I just wanted to let you know we did transmit the additional information that was requested by the committee, so that should be available under the BFED item. Bill 15, just want to reiterate what I said the other day. The administration is asking for filing of this bill. Bill 51 is additional funding for phase 1 of the Holomua Gates. Due to permitting and things like that, we would like to request floor action today on that item. And Bill 53 is the Kahului Residence Area Funds. So I will defer to the members on if they'd like to take floor action on that. Thank you, Chair.
Any questions, members? If not, thank you. Ms. Clark.
Chair, at this time, we'll close public testimony at the beginning of the meeting. We'll do final call. If there's anyone who'd like to testify at the beginning of the meeting, this is your opportunity. And the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one indicating a desire to testify.
Any objections to closing public testimony at the beginning of the meeting?
Objections.
If not, so ordered. Ms. Clark.
Chair, we're going to move on to opening public testimony under county communications. At this time, anyone who would like to testify on any of the county communications, this is your opportunity. And at this time, we'll have Lawrence Carnicelli testifying on County Communication 25-4.
Lawrence. Lawrence. Maybe somebody else might want to.
Okay, there. Sorry, I had to unmute. Thank you, Chair. Lawrence Carnicelli, testifying on County Communication 25-4 and Resolution 2585 FD1. Being a morning of gratitude, I wanted to express my gratitude to you, Chair, and the council members for your expeditious work on this. We greatly appreciate what you've done for us. And so I just wanted to say thank you. And then also just to kind of reiterate that all we're doing in all of this is requesting a time extension on the approvals that you've already granted unanimously to the Kuikahi Village project. Anything that would be changed in the project beyond what it is that you've already unanimously approved would have to come back to you for that approval. So this has no financial allocations or negative implications or liabilities to the county at all. So thank you, Chair. Thank you, council members. Appreciate your work.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier?
Chair, there's no one else currently signed up to testify, so this will be last call for county communications. And the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, there is no one indicating a desire to testify.
Any objections to closing public testimony on county communications and taking written testimony? So ordered. Thank you. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is County Communication 25-4, Council Chair Lee transmitting an amendment to Resolution 2585 entitled Amending Resolution 22-193 CD1 FD1 to allow the Director of Housing to extend time deadlines for commencement of construction and completion of Kuikahi Village Workforce Housing Project.
Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you, Chair. May I ask that this item be postponed until Resolution 2585 is called?
Any objections, members, to postponing? All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is County Communication 25-5, Councilmember Paulton, relating to a report by council members on the State of Hawaii Commission on Water Resource Management, Lahaina Community Meeting of April 7th, 2025, held at the Lahaina Luna High School cafeteria.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I move to file County Communication 25-5.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Pro Tem Kama to file County Communication 25-5. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I am providing this report in accordance with the state sunshine law, specifically Section 92-2.5E, Hawaii Revised Statutes. On Monday, April 7th, 2025, council members Kiani Rollins Fernandez, Tom Cook, Yukile Sugimura, and myself, Tamara Paulton, attended the State Commission on Water Resource Management meeting at Lahaina Luna High School. There were about 200 community members in attendance, and so if you asked for a report, I think you could get 200 different reports. But the meeting was a presentation, basically about the current and future integrity of the water supply in West Maui specifically, and actions that CWRM proposed to avoid worsening the problem of water scarcity, something we already face due to changes in precipitation. The Lahaina aquifer sector area is poorly understood with respect to groundwater sustainable yield. The current values used by CWRM to regulate water permits in this designated area are guesstimates based on what was known about Oahu aquifers up to 1990, without even any basis in data from Maui. CWRM knows the aquifers on Oahu are different than those on Maui. We do not have the Ko'olau mountain range. This fact was presented by CWRM at the Lahaina Luna High School and relates to the greater confinement of groundwater by eroded sediments around the coast of Oahu due to the difference in age of the two islands. The little we know about the Lahaina aquifer sector area is based on the only deep monitor well in the west side of Maui in the Honokowai watershed. In that well, just since 2012, there have been alarming changes in the depth to fresh water, the thickness of the brackish water transition zone, and the depth to seawater. Earlier, larger changes exist, which CWRM attributed to instrument problems. But in fact, no one has explained what was wrong and why the data changed. Regardless, as CWRM presented the same Lahaina Luna meeting, water quality continues to increasingly deteriorate due to salt contamination by seawater intrusion. No one has any idea if this is due to solely overpumping the current hypothesis, that's the current hypothesis. No one knows if it is reversible, and no one knows what the impact is on the 5 other aquifers that CWRM officially assumes exist independently, without any empirical basis for that belief. Recent studies released by the USGS emphasize the uncertainties in the water supply in the Lahaina aquifer sector area and throughout Hawaii. A previous USGS study specifically identified the need and requirement for adequate long-term monitoring of water supply. This situation is not something new. The current problem of water scarcity has been building for more than 100 years, and nothing has been done to avoid it in all that time. Where was the leadership then, and where is it now? And yet, despite this knowledge and these circumstances, CWRM is revising the sustainable yield numbers based on we don't know what. There were a lot of people that questioned why the government is allowing the building of new swimming pools in West Maui for the rebuild, but we're not allowing the building of new homes for people to return to West Maui. And I invite the other members who were in attendance to share their recollection of the meeting. A quorum of the council was not present at this meeting. No discussion related to official business occurred, nor any commitment relating to a vote on any council business was made or sought at the event. Further, the meeting was not specifically and exclusively organized for or directed toward council members, but rather was open to members of the public. Chair, that concludes my report. I welcome further comments from the other council members who attended the meeting or questions from the remaining council members. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I concur with my colleague, Member Paulton. Her recollections are very accurate, and I thank her for spending the time and thoroughness in doing this. It was a very informative meeting. It was the technological and scientific crew from CWORM was very impressive with their knowledge and their engagement. Thank you.
Anyone else? Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you very much, Member Paulton, for doing that. I think the interesting thing that I liked, was that the Deputy Director of DLNR was there and answered questions. And I think as best as you can for a yes or no, and with the amount of questions that they got, written questions from the attendees. They are having an important meeting, I believe, on the 28th of this month, and I think at 9 o'clock. And that's the day that we begin corrections, not decisions is next week, but corrections. And so instead of starting at 9 o'clock exactly, I can imagine Member Paulton's going to be listening to this meeting, that I would like to, entertain the thought of maybe starting our meeting a little bit later so she doesn't have to listen to our meeting and then listen to this other meeting simultaneously, as she does have the skill to do that.
Maybe you can send us a revised schedule.
Okay, I don't know, but I wanted the members to think about it. I mean, it's not but anyway, it was a good meeting, and thank you very much.
Anyone else? Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Member Sugimura, for that suggestion. I think it's an excellent one. I support that. And, if we are able to get the corrections done on April 28th, then we don't even need to meet on the 29th. Some incentive for everyone else to think about. I mahalo Member Paulton for a very thorough report. My takeaway is that I was very alarmed, and it's very scary, and I don't expect environmental conditions to improve soon, and that we need to, as a county, take a very active role in ensuring that we are not continuing to promise water that's not even there. So I think we need to be more responsible and judicious, and really make sure that the water that is there today is being used for the purpose of our residents, and perpetuating cultural and traditional practices that rely on the water Mauka to Makai connection to continue to recharge that aquifer. So I know we'll likely talk more about this, but I wanted to make sure I shared that comment because it was very what's the word? Alarming is the best, but it was not a very optimistic report. And we need to invest heavily into, the protection and restoration of our watersheds very quickly. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Paulton?
I forgot to mention that CWORM staff also videoed the meeting, and they were going to post it on their website along with copies of the slides they shared with the audience. So you don't need to take our word for it. You can spend the time and scrutinize the slides and watch the questions and answers and presentation yourself. And any questions they weren't able to answer on the spot, they were supposed to post it.
Okay, thank you. Pro Tem Kama.
So Member Paulton, you mentioned that that CWORM believes that there are 5 aquifers that are not connected to each other, that they're independent of each other?
I think they don't actually know, and that's why under the former direction of First Deputy Manuel, there was a designation of the Lahaina Aquifer Sector area, ground and surface water. So there's Honokohau, Honolua, Honokowai, Laniapoko, and I believe Olowalu or Ukumehami. And Honokowai and Lahaina, when Lahaina had, before the fire, was already kind of beyond. And a lot of people think Honokowai is beyond the sustainable yield as well, based on the deep monitoring well. I think in this agenda, we are approving a partnership with USGS for the Laniapoko Aquifer, but the trends that they're seeing in Honokowai is, the salinity, the chlorides follow the pumping, but overall it's trending upwards to more salty water, and they're not sure why. It was also revealed, there has been anecdotal thought that the conveyance system of the Honokohau ditch was not needed to be fixed, but Mr. Stouch reported that the measurement and the gauge is the same as the measurement at the water treatment facility, which I think was like close to 500,000 gallons. And the follow-up to that was that Hawaii Water Service is not able to divert any of the water. So in all the usage that Hawaii Water Service is currently using right now is pumped fresh water, including, I believe, for the golf courses. And so the hearing on the 28th specifically is for a declaratory ruling for the Kahana well to be put in service by the County of Maui, because they fear without that well in service this summer, we could have stage 2 and 3 water shortages for West Maui.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you for the report. So, any objections to filing this matter?
No objections.
So ordered. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we had a motion on the floor, so we'll just record that without any objections as 9 in the affirmative. And moving on to committee reports. There is currently no one signed up to testify in committee reports, so we'll give last call for any testimony on the committee reports. Counting down 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one signed up to testify on the committee reports.
Any objections to closing public testimony?
No objections.
So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you. And calling Committee Report 25-25 for re-referral to the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee. Committee Report 25-25 recommends the first reading of Bill 18, CD1, 2025 to establish pay scales for the Board of Ethics, Executive Director, Investigator, and Administrative Assistant positions.
Any objections to referring this matter to BFED?
To recommit. Oh, thank you.
So ordered.
Moving on to resolutions. Currently, we have no one signed up to testify.
Chair, one moment. I think she needs help.
That's okay. Let's start on resolutions, okay?
Thank you, Chair. We have one person, J.C. Law, making his way to the podium. Go ahead.
Resolution 2594, approving the appointment of Tiare Casey Del Castillo as Legislative Analyst in the Office of Council Services. Welcome to the club. I hope they pay you what you're supposed to get paid, a living wage. And Big Brothers, David is watching you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Currently, there is no one else signed up to testify, so we'll give last call. Counting down 3, 2, 1. Chair, no one to testify on resolutions.
Members, any objections to closing public testimony on resolutions?
No objections.
Okay, do you want to go through resolutions? Could we only have two?
Only if you're up to it, Chair.
I can. I mean, depending on how long the discussions are going to be, but. All right, let's move. There's only two. Let's try.
Okay. Chair, before you is Resolution 25-87, authorizing the transfer of an unencumbered appropriation balance within the Department of Police fiscal year 2025 budget.
Vice Chair Sugimura. Your mic.
I move to discharge the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee from further consideration of Resolution 2587.
Second?
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Kama, to discharge the committee of this item. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
The BFED Committee met to discuss this resolution on April 14, 2025, and considered the administration's request for action on this.
Oh, wait a minute. We're just going to move on the discharge.
Okay.
Yeah? You want to, anything more? Without going through the whole?
Well, I'm just telling you we met on it, so that's why, but we can vote on it. I have more to say once we go further.
Yeah, but that's two different steps, yeah. We're going to discharge first, right?
Okay. Gonna.
Okay, any more discussion on the discharge? All those in favor of the discharge, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. Vice Chair Sugimura.
Let's see, yes, I moved to adopt Resolution 2587.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Kama to adopt the resolution 25-87. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. Members, Resolution 2587 amends fiscal year 2025 budget by authorizing the transfer of $3 million in unencumbered funds within the Department of Police from Category A salaries to Category B operations and equipment. Specifically, the department is asking to transfer $1 million within the investigative services program and $2 million within the technical and support services program to cover unanticipated operational costs. I respectfully ask for the members' support for my motion, and I want to send a special thank you that the police actually sent us replies to our questions that came up during our meeting and answered it even before we could send it to them in writing. So I wanted to thank Deputy Chief Maeda.
Any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. Deputy, good luck.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair, this is out of order because we already took the vote, but I just wanted to mahalo the police department for submitting the information that I requested in committee. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay. Very good. And thank you to the director, the budget director, Leslie Milner, as well. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you is Resolution 25-94, approving the appointment of Tiare K.C. Del Castillo as Legislative Analyst in the Office of Council Services.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
I move to adopt Resolution 2594.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Kama to adopt Resolution 25-94. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Ms. Del Castillo holds a bachelor's degree in public administration from University of Hawaii, West Oahu. She's also a graduate of Maui High. Since 2014, she has been employed with United Health Group in various roles, such as contract analysis, senior provider data analyst, and most recently as a data consultant. In this current role, she researched contractual data, claims, and internal policies and procedures, and analyzed data sets and reported on grievances claims. Her work experience will be a great asset to the Office of Council Services. In case we have any healthcare questions, she can answer it, and I think she can help us with some data. I ask for the council members' full support in adopting Resolution 2594. I look forward to meeting her. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Yes. Vice.
Mahalo, Chair. I speak in favor of the motion. I had an opportunity to briefly meet with Ms. Castillo and enjoyed learning about her online, and look forward to being able to get to know her better when she begins. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Keep rolling.
Yep, and moving on to testimony for the ordinances. Currently, there is no one signed up. J.C. Law is making his way to the podium. He is currently our only testifier.
Hawaiian word of the day, ho'omalae. You know that one, Shirley? That's for you. To clear, to explain clearly, to calm, cheer, and dispel gloom. Welcome back to the chamber. Resolution, Bill 3, FD1, 2025, the one on the Lanai Community Plan. So in the beginning of the year, I said I was going to support Mr. Johnson and this year, and then I encourage you all to listen to him very carefully too. I've never been to Lanai, and I kind of wonder how this one guy can buy the whole island, and then, because I have mucho piliquia with people telling me that it's private property and I'm not allowed to be there, and they're not even there. So if this guy puts cameras all over the island and claims it's his land, then nobody's allowed on the island at all. I'm trying to figure that out. So I go back to the Hawaiian saying, he ali'i ka aina, he kauwa ke kanaka. The land is the chief and the man is the servant. So then I read down here in the footnotes, it says 268.349 acres of real property. That word property sticks out to me again. So is the property the buildings, or is it somebody's claiming that the property is the land? Yeah, you guys know what I mean. Is the land cannot be property. The man is the property. So that might help you in your deliberations on this one. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for working so hard. Oh, sorry, Alice. The rules aren't supposed to direct it to you, so it's kind of hard when you guys are looking at me to talk to you. Thank you very much for your time, for working for the county.
Thank you. Any more testifiers?
No, Chair, there is no one else signed up to testify, so we'll give last call for testimony on the ordinances. Counting down 3, 2, 1. Chair, I don't see anyone wishing to testify.
Any objections to closing public testimony on ordinances?
No objections.
So ordered. We can receive public testimony in writing. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. Before you is Bill 15, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, estimated revenues, Department of Finance, countywide costs, and capital improvement projects, Department of Management, countywide.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Chair, I move to discharge the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee from further considerations of Bill 15, 2025.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Pro Tem Kama, to discharge the committee of Bill 15, 2025. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
The mayor had requested to rescind Bill 15, 2025 on March 24th, the day before we got our budget. Approval of my motion will allow the council to consider filing Bill 15, 2025 at today's meeting.
Any more discussion? All those in favor? Oh, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank Member Sugimura for the educational presentation we had early yesterday on Bill 15, as well as the presentation from personnel. It seems that my understanding of this is, how much carryover savings there was from fiscal year 24. And, prior to yesterday's presentation from personnel, I never understood that we could do a supplemental agreement to the master agreement. And with all of that knowledge provided yesterday, I still would have taken the same amount that the mayor gave to emergency fund because, we have quite a bit of emergencies. But I think the balance, I am considering to put to the supplemental agreement after the master agreement, because a lot of the carryover savings comes from vacancies. And when we have those vacancies, it's the people that show up that do the extra work, whether it's overtime or not, and then it's time away from their families. And then it's the community that gets hurt by not having the right amount of people to do the job. And then sometimes they take it out on the people that do show up to do the job. And so that is one of my priorities, to take that carryover savings and put it aside for a supplemental agreement in those areas where we're chronically short workers, in those areas and units that haven't, gotten the double-digit increases. And I'm not talking about fire and police and like that. I'm speaking specifically to Unit 3, which for the majority of my career, I was a member of Unit 3. And we never got those double-digit increases until we broke away from Unit 3. So those are the what I would do with that carryover savings, because realistically, if you look year after year after year, those are positions we can't fill, because no one in their right mind would take a job that pays that little bit and be able to reside on Maui and raise a family. Thank you.
So are you speaking against filing?
I'm okay with filing it, but I'm gonna appropriate that as though it weren't filed. And so then I guess we gotta find 30-something million in cuts, 32 or so, because I heard we may have come in short.
Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Kind of interesting discussion, right? So this 51 million has already been included in our fiscal year budget that we're looking at. And so in order for us to do a fraction of what is being discussed now, we have to take a different look at this Bill 15, because we're going to find 51 million or whatever the number is in cuts in the existing budget that the mayor has proposed. And we're going to get certification on Monday, and who knows what that's going to be, and the picture of what that picture is going to be, right? So we have kind of important decisions ahead of us. So if you want to think about this before we move forward, I don't know what Member Paulton.
Oh, stop. I think I'm okay with filing it, but eventually the money is, whether we file it or don't file it, the money is going to show up in fiscal year 26. The question is how to offset or whatever. And so it'll be a raucous deliberations week, I'm sure, with decisions that'll keep us late into the night, because, we love to
talk,
do stuff. But the action today, it doesn't matter. I mean, the outcome will be what it will be, realistically.
Okay.
We understand what you're thinking of doing, and the money can be found elsewhere. Okay, so we don't have to worry about this. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So
Vice Chair Sugimura.
I really appreciate Member Paulton's thoughts, because we have a kind of rigorous decisions ahead of us next week, and we'll get the RPT certification, to figure out what our total picture is for our budget. But just to make things cleaner, right? We got a budget really that was overstated, that was out of balance, because we had 51 millions in our pocket. But just to make it clean, and Member Paulton, we can do exactly what you said by sharpening our pencils and sharpening our scissors, she just said. Okay, anyway, so I still stand by my motion to file Bill 15.
All right, I mean, okay, less sharpening right now, because now we're not into sharpening right now. We're into filing something, and then you can get money for your future projects another way.
Chair, I'm sorry for interrupting. We have, the motion on the floor is currently to discharge the committee.
Oh, sorry, we
Yeah.
didn't do that.
Well, this is how, this is how we roll all over the place. Yes,
I move to file Bill 50.
yeah, you already did that. I believe she made that motion?
Could we please have a vote on the discharge first and then
Yeah, I
do the
was
motion?
just asking you, just verifying that that motion was made and seconded by Pro Tem Kama. So this is the motion only to discharge. And don't be talking about plans to spend money on other things, okay?
Yeah.
All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Now you can just quickly go through your discussion. And your motion, you have to make a motion.
Okay, I move to file Bill 15, 2025.
Moved by Vice Chair Sukimura, seconded by Pro Tem Kama, to file Bill 15, 2025. Discussion, Vice Chair Sukimura.
The mayor had requested to rescind Bill 15. To effectuate that request, the council will need to file the bill, which I am recommending that we do today. The certified revenues included in Bill 15 has also been incorporated into the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. Filing this bill will make it clear that those funds are available for appropriation in fiscal year 26. I respectfully ask for the members' support of my motion.
Any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Hope you feel better.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you wish to continue on with the agenda, or I think you indicated to take a lunch break, but I didn't know when you wanted to.
Take a lunch break. We have to get her.
Take a short lunch break. Okay, what's the shortest we can take?
Did you buy us lunch? Just kidding.
I'm not buying you nothing.
Dinner.
I tell you what, I'll buy you cough drops.
Yeah, I left some in the drawer for you.
I know, I've been using them all day. Thank you. No, she put quite a bit, thank you. And so, members, just pick a time, No, 20 minutes.
1:30.
I mean, from 12:40 to 1 o'clock, is that what you're saying?
What's the minimum that is required by our collective bargaining?
Oh, we're not in collective bargaining, so, yeah. Well,
Our staff is.
they can take their lunch as long as they want.
Minimum 45 minutes, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so 1:30? 1:30, everybody? Okay, this meeting is in recess till 1:30. Thank you.
Welcome back to the council meeting. My name is Yukile Sugimura. I'm the vice chair and sitting in for Chair Lee. I'm so glad she's going to take a little break, right? She was coughing. So anyway, it is now, what time is it? It is 1:44 p.m. and we are going to catch up and be on ordinances. So may I have Bill 51, please?
Yes, Chair, before you is Bill 51, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, estimated revenues, capital improvement projects, Department of Public Works, countywide road improvements, general fund, countywide traffic and safety program, and Appendix C, Department of Public Works, countywide traffic and safety program.
Thank you. Member Hutchins.
Thank you, Chair. I move to pass Bill 51, 2025 on first reading.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion made by Member Hutchins, second by Member Senensi.
Thank you, Chair. An initial $100,000 was allocated to phase one of this project, which included conceptual design and environmental permitting for 3 security gates on Holomua Road to enhance safety and fire mitigation. However, to fully complete phase one, an additional $99,671 is required. This bill would allocate the additional funds needed for the completion of design, permitting, and necessary project preparation. At this time, I ask for my members' support. Thank you.
Thank you. So, members, any other discussion regarding this motion? Member Paulton.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify, this is a budget amendment from the administration and they're using carryover savings?
That's a great question for probably budget director, but I think so. Let me see. Yes. No, I have the details. It is carryover savings into the general fund by that many dollars.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. This was a hot item when we were at the district meeting last year, so thank you very much for solving this, moving it forward. Anybody else? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Raise your hand. This, I don't see Chair Lee on yet, so this is 8 ayes, 1 excused. Motion carries. Congratulations. Next we have Bill 52.
Yep. Chair, before you is Bill 52, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, estimated revenues, capital improvement projects, Department of Water Supply countywide, and Appendix C, Department of Water Supply countywide.
Thank you. Member Kama, this year taking over for me. I think you got to bring up 52 also, 53.
Actually, Chair, you have 52 and 53, or 51 and 52?
Oh, okay. Okay, this is 52.
Okay.
Oh, Chair,
Yes.
for Bill 15, I didn't raise my hand for vote.
Oh,
I'm sorry, 51.
51, yeah. Okay.
So can we do a roll call?
Oh, sure. How do we go backwards?
Thank you.
Second.
I ask for a reconsideration so Member Johnson can have his roll call and his vote as an individual member.
Okay, all in favor for the reconsideration?
Aye.
Okay, everybody, okay. Motion carries. So can we do roll call again? Or take this bill up again and do roll call?
Sure.
Bill 51.
Councilmember Pro Tempore Tasha Kama.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. We need a new motion to reconsider and.
Yeah, this is a motion.
Okay.
So I'm voting yes to the reconsideration,
I
right?
got you.
No, we're on the main motion.
We're on the main.
We took the vote on the reconsideration. I seconded Member Hutchins' motion to reconsider. Okay.
Perfect. All right.
Okay, so
Are
now.
we clear on that?
Okay,
We're
so.
voting on the main motion.
We're voting to pass Bill 51, 2025 on first reading.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Pro Tempore Tasha Kama.
Yes.
Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Councilmember Keani Rollins Fernandez.
Aye.
Councilmember Tom Cook.
Aye.
Councilmember Nohelani Hutchins.
Aye.
Councilmember Shane Snensi.
Aye.
Chair Lee.
She's excused, sorry.
And Vice Chair Yukile Sugimura.
Aye.
Chair, you have 7 ayes, 1 excused, and 1 no. Motion carries.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, thank you. So now we're on to Bill 52.
Would you like me to recall it? Chair, Chair, before you is Bill 52, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui estimated revenues, capital improvement projects, Department of Water Supply, countywide, and Appendix C, Department of Water Supply, countywide.
Thank you. Member Kama.
Okay. So I move to pass Bill 52, 2025 on first reading.
So motion made by Member Kama, second by Member Cook. Discussion.
Members, Bill 52, 2025 amends the fiscal year 2025 budget by increasing estimated revenues from the other intergovernmental by $63,846 and appropriating the funds for a CIP for the Department of Water Supply entitled Lead and Copper Rule Revision Compliance. The funds are needed to complete compliance with federal lead and copper rule revisions. The project was funded through the State Revolving Loan Fund and authorized by ordinances 5647 and 5648, but the loan was not fully encumbered by the department by the December 31st, 2024 deadline. This amendment will allow the Department of Water Supply to encumber the remaining balance of the loan and complete the work. Respectfully ask the members' support for this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? If not, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Did everybody vote? Yes. So 8 ayes, 1 excused. Chair Lee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Chair, before you is Bill 53, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui Office of the Mayor Economic Development Program, grants and disbursements for business development and technology, Kahului Economic Development, Environmental and Cultural Programs, Halau Hula, Ka'ula o Kala, and Halau Kekua o Kala au Ala Iliahi.
Member Kama.
I move to pass Bill 53, 2025 on first reading.
Thank you. Motion made by Member Kama, second by Member Cook. Discussion.
Members, this bill amends the fiscal year 2025 budget by changing the conditions of the Kahului Economic Development, Environmental, and Cultural Programs under the Mayor's Office of Economic Development as follows. Deleting 2 conditions for entities no longer needing the funds. And wait for it. And adding 2 new conditions for the hula halau that need support for their cultural programs. This matter is urgent because the FY 2025 grant cycle is quickly coming to a close, and rather than letting these funds lapse at the end of the fiscal year, I'm requesting that they be used to support these halau, strengthening the cultural programs they offer our community. And I respectfully ask for the members' support of my motion. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, anybody else want to add to the discussion? If not, let us take a vote. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
I see Chair Lee. Hey, Chair Lee.
Aye.
Very good. Welcome, welcome. 9 ayes, no excuse. Motion carries. Thank you, Member Kama.
Thank you.
All right, next we are on
The ordinances for second and final. So moving on to Bill 3, CD1, FD1, 2024, a bill for an ordinance amending section 2.56.060 Maui County Code related to financial disclosure statements.
all right. So do we need to take testimony here?
No, Chair.
There's none. Okay. So at this time, then, Member Hutchins.
Thanks, Chair. I move to pass Bill 3, CD1, FD1, 2024 on second and final reading.
Is there a second? Second. Member Cook is the second, and Member Hutchins made the motion. Discussion.
Thank you again, Chair. This bill addresses privacy threats and the safety concerns for elected officials by redacting sensitive information, contact information, such as addresses and phone numbers. Additionally, the county clerk and deputy county clerk financial disclosure statements will be confidential due to privacy threats throughout the nation. It says other things, but I'm going to say throughout the nation. I respectfully ask for the members' support of my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything to add? Seeing none. I think this is a good way of protecting those that give us public service. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
All right, 9 ayes. Motion carries. Now we have interesting, right? It's Bill 3, FD1, 2025. So although it sounds like it's the same number, it's not. Please call up Bill 3.
Thank you, Chair. Before you is Bill 3, FD1, 2025, a bill for an ordinance to ratify Ordinance 5702, 2024, amending the Lanai Community Plan for 268.349 acres located in Lanai City, Lanai, Hawaii, identified as tax map keys 249001021024030, 249002001 portion, 061 portions, 249018002 portions, 003 portions, 005, and 249021009, Lanai Project District 2, Ko'ele.
Member Kama. I move to pass Bill 3, FD1, 2025 on second and final reading.
Motion made by Member Kama, second by Member Cook. Discussion.
No discussion, Chair.
Thank you. Member Johnson.
I saw the seconder, Councilmember Cook's hand up. I can go, but if you want a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see. Okay, then we'll call
Okay.
Member Cook next.
Well, first off, I want to thank the council members who showed up in person in Lanai City for the public hearing. Thank you, Councilmember Tom Cook, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez. I know it's hard to get out there, but the community really appreciated it. And as you know, in that little office, it was standing room only. People cared about this issue. And, you know, of course, people will say, well, it was like last minute and we made a mistake as our processes. We didn't have a public hearing for them. But that being said, putting all the processes aside, their voice meant a lot. Their voice held water to me. And those folks weren't there being paid to testify against. The people who were there testifying for were being paid. And that means a lot to me. This is my district, members. I try to listen to you guys in your district. Sometimes we have disagreements naturally, but this is something that matters to my little community. I know it's just a house, as some may say, but I don't think so. It's the place, the folks, the Evans family, Mr. Catiel. No, I know Melvin for many years. I've never seen him come testify. He's the guy who put the pin. He said, this is it. This is where it will be. And I appreciate that testimony. I see him on the streets. We talk story. But to see him come in our system and, you know, testify, that means that he cared enough to come testify. The Kaupuikis, the Maritas, these are long-term families, long generational families. And they had something to say. So I hope that their voices move the needle. So I'm going to vote no on this. Thank you, Chair.
We'll do roll call. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Johnson. It was, I was glad to be able to be there and be able to hear the people's voices. I would like them, I'm going to be supportive of this, I'll say why, but I'd like the people to know that they are heard. The reason I'm supporting this is basically this community plan amendment. They're adding 11 acres and they're removing, I don't know how many acres, the right to build 750 resort homes, and they're removing a golf course. So I think that that's possibly been lost in the discussion. They currently have right now entitlements where they could build 750 resort homes, luxury homes, whatever you want to call it, and they could build a golf course. They're giving up all of that entitlements because that's not the direction they want to go. It's not the direction that the community apparently wants to go, to have that type of development and that magnitude of development. I find it very, frankly, refreshing. It's unusual, and I find it's refreshing where a developer is yielding on that and downsizing. So in the scope of things, approving this community plan amendment, I think that that context needs to be kept in place. I think that my sense is the developer will continue to work with the community and not be overly hard-headed. I think that I've understood that Palama Lanai is receptive and cares, but to have the moving of the house prevent this magnitude of adjustment in the community plan amendment for the master plan development, I think that we should approve this and encourage the developer to work with the community. So that's my feedback.
Thank you very much. Anybody else have any comments? All right, if not, I'm going to do a roll call. Oh, Member Bronis-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I will be voting no on this motion at the request of the community and the council member of that district who asked us to support him in being the voice of all the people that came out. I was there in person and I felt their heart. This morning, we honored Uncle Walter in his lifetime of ensuring access to our Aina, access to our culture, access to all the places that help to shape our identity, the storied places, the places that when I heard in testimony that some of the community members have not had the privilege to go and that they've only heard stories about. In one testimony, they talked about a maia that only grows in that place. And that's really special. What I heard in testimony was a community gasping for air, asking us to help them because they're being strangled by this billionaire and they're suffocating. And we're supposed to be the voice of the people. That billionaire doesn't live here. I want us to be the voice of all the people that are not billionaires, who have all this power and just do whatever they want because they have billions of dollars. I want their voice to mean something to us because government is supposed to be of the people. And they're coming to us because they feel disempowered and we're supposed to help to give them leverage. We're the collective of the people and we're supposed to protect the people and not join forces with those with power to step on them. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't there because, we had deadlines that you gave us and I was still finishing them up. And my kids needed to be taken to separate activities by their separate parents. It was a divide and conquer moment in my household because one had football and one had ho'omau. And then there was a deadline on Monday. And I thought we didn't do outside work during budget, but that's besides the point. For me, there is plenty of places that only now exist in my memories. Drain pipes, Kaimu Kalapana Black Sand Beach, that only exists in my memories. Queen's Bath in Kalapana, that only exists in my memories. The boat ramp at Pohiki, historic Lahaina town, only exists in my memories. And all of those places that don't exist in reality where I can take my kids to or show them and they can smell all the smells like, the ehukai, or see what Black Sand Beach as far as you go looks like, can feel like the 3rd degree burns when you don't have slippers on and the sand is so hot. they'll never experience those things. And mostly it was not human decisions the reason why they will never be able to experience those vahipana. You know, I think of my husband's grandkid that was just born on April 2nd. He'll never know what Lahaina was like, that generations of his family grew up to see, because it doesn't exist anymore. The place where his great-great-great-great-grandfather used to call the Opelu Mama, Jacob. They killed Jacob, you know, sport fishing or whatever, but these are all things that don't exist anymore, and it's really, you know, Mala used to be a fishing village, and that doesn't exist anymore, and there's so much of old Hawaii that doesn't exist anymore. The demographic, the ecology, the lifestyle doesn't exist anymore. And a lot of it wasn't by the choices of the people. And this right here is settling. The best that the billionaire company can do is offer a change, but not the change, the full entire change that the people were asking for. I mean, there's nothing wrong with changing the community plan for the improvements that the company wants. And there's also nothing wrong with not moving the houses and making your things someplace else on the other 98% of the land that the company owns. And I'm not always happy that I have this position, but when I think to why even I decided to run for anything, it was to represent the majority of the people that testified. Those were the people, the reason that I ran for anything. Not a corporation, not Mr. Ellison, although maybe he's a constituent as well. But, you know, all the people that came out and shared their memories of the people who lived in that house. And it's not about just the house, it's the memories of their ohana that took them into the house. It's their memories of, you know, the breeze and the scenery of the area, the vahipana. And what I heard overall was they didn't want us to check the box, you know? Voting yes today is just checking the box, and that's a specific ask that they asked against. And I think that we should go back. If we made a mistake in the process, we should go back and open it back up and see if we can come to something that everyone can agree on and like. I've dealt with too many corporations to just move forward based on hope and encouragement. You know, we have a long history with all kinds of corporations and things that have happened in West Maui, County of Hawaii, whatever. And so I'll join my colleagues in urging folks not to just check the box, take the time to discuss it. You know, the representatives were hopeful that they could come up with something. And why are we rushing this through? You know, any leverage the community has is lost the moment you vote yes. And so I'm not gonna check the box. I'm gonna admit my mistake. We didn't follow the rules and the order. And as we try to fix it, if the generational community of the area said, oh, this is a good solution, you know, you had the public hearing after and we can ratify it, then I would have no problem voting yes. But it wasn't acceptable to them. You know, we skipped a step, we messed up, and they're asking us not to check the box. And I have my own experience with places that only exist in my memory, and I do not want to contribute to that for another community. So I won't be supporting it and requesting a roll call.
Okay, anybody else have any comments? Chair Lee.
Charlie, you're muted.
I can't see these things, okay?
We can hear you.
We can hear
Hopefully
you.
it's on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a glare right over that microphone. So anyway, I am voting for the motion, and it's sad whenever there is not 100% agreement on anything, but I feel comfortable knowing that the company did try to strike a compromise that was satisfactory, and apparently it didn't satisfy everyone. But the fact that they did try, well, they moved the homes to the same side of the property, 500 feet away, and that seemed to satisfy some people. Unfortunately, it didn't satisfy everybody. And as Member Cook said, it could have developed that area much more intensely than they are going to do now. So in the spirit of compromise and the fact that I would want to continue to encourage the company to work with the community as closely as possible as they have in the past, I am going to vote for the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Member Johnson? Did you raise your hand again?
Sure, for
Okay.
one more. It takes a lot for my community to come out and testify like that. Very, very rarely, in fact. So when they came out, it means something. You know, you mentioned that the developer compromised, and I find it so ironic and tone deaf that the original plan was to move across the street, but instead they'll just move it even farther, but stay on the same side of the street. That's not listening to what the people were saying. They said, this is the place, the sacred spot. This is the sacred place. So move it farther from that, no matter if it's across the street or on the same side of the street, it's still not reaching what they're not listening to what the people are saying. I can hear the tears of my community, you know, and it's ironic because I don't hear the laughter of the kids that could play up there before. You know, Mr. Katiao, he mentioned he was a kid, you could play at that place when you were young. Now that hotel doesn't allow children, right? So Kumu Simon said that very specifically, that when he was a kid, he could play there, but now the hotel don't even allow children. So it's just another, almost like a no-go zone for our community. And that's not what I want to support. You know, as far as compromising, I would be willing to send it back to committee and, you know, something like that. But the compromise that they are offering on the table is not really a compromise to my community. I don't feel them saying, great idea, move it farther away from where, you know, it doesn't make any sense to me. So I think, members, I'm asking, you know, from my heart, please don't do this to my town. They came and they spoke. I don't know what else they can do. They don't live here. It's hard for them to come on a boat. It's hard for them to come take time off. Your own communities on Maui, know that it's hard to come here and on their days off or when they're working. It's hard for everybody. For Lanai specifically, it's even harder. I try to tell them, I try to educate them, I try to get them, but at the end of the day, there's that physical distance that takes a lot for people to come. So when we came to see them, they had something to say, and I think we should hear them out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Cook.
Just, they never intended to tear the house down. Their initial plan was to move it to the 11 acres where the stables are going to be because it was the ranch house. My understanding is it's currently being used as office space. It's not open to the public, hasn't been open to the public. I'm not negating it all. I think that people are missing the magnitude, how rare it is that a developer, a landowner, is yielding to this magnitude. This was previous to this Palama Lanai. And anyway, I respectfully will vote yes, and it's not lost on me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. As Member Johnson said, it takes a lot because a lot of people are employed by the one company that owns 98% of the island. That everyone has some family member or friend, or maybe they live in the house that is owned by the company. Like, there's so much control of everyone's lives. And so it was so admirable to see a room full of people that felt so passionate about not being displaced again, because they were displaced once before and the houses had to move. And then they built a relationship with the new place that the houses are now in. And then they're being moved again. The constant being pushed around because they don't have the power to fight back. But I can count. And, well, actually, I count 3. 3 and 3, not 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Doesn't add up. More.
No, that's your council member fault. I can't count till 9. How are we supposed to count to 1.5 billion? Okay. I hope the community continues to rally, and I hope you continue to fight. Know that your council member got your back, and will continue to fight with you.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to say? Okay, I'm going to support this.
I do. I do.
Oh, I didn't see you. Sorry. Okay, Chair Lee.
Okay, I just wanted to, for my second time, say that I apologize for not being at the meeting. But as you can see, I've been sick for a number of weeks now. Mm-hmm. But I would have been there because Lanai is one of my favorite places to go to.
Coffee.
And I love the people, I love the place. But unfortunately, change happens. And a lot of the places I recall as a child are no longer there. And because, and Lahaina, in the case of Lahaina, that was human nature. That was a natural disaster. And so we have been victims of natural disasters over the years that have changed our landscape and have erased some of our memories. So, you know, I hope people think about that. The good thing is that we do have some memories. But the main point I was trying to make, though, is that myself, along with others who weren't able to make the meeting, don't take that as a disinterest, but because we are interested, we care about the island, regardless of what other people say. And we are committed to representing everyone in Maui County, not just one geographic place, but everywhere. So I just want to make that point because in case anybody had any doubts about that. Thank you, Chair.
Can I do a point of information?
Thank you. Point of information, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of information in regards to the entitlements. If the company exercises full entitlements, it's required to build a bypass road. If you don't do that, then you don't have to build a bypass road, and that's something to be considered, members. That they're getting out of building the bypass road by doing it this way. The community wanted the bypass road for many years. We're not getting it. You know, there was a lot of tears shed by the Evans families on this, and I just think that we should take that into account. But the fact that they're saying, well, we're giving up entitlements, yeah, but you're also giving up a bypass road. No, and we know many developers don't want to build roads. I mean, look at Wailea 670, who's represented by the same lawyer on both projects, FYI. So there's your points of information, Chair.
Okay. Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. What I wanted to just add, since everybody was talking about the meeting on the NAI, that I wasn't able to go, nor was I able to go to the budget meeting. So I do apologize for that. Majority of these meetings, even the ones during budget, happen when my husband's at work and I have 4 kids, no different than Member Paulton. I have to do it by myself though, and my husband's at work. When he's gone, I will maybe see him the next day. That's what it's like being married to a fireman. But I do apologize. Just because I wasn't there, as Chair Lee said, that doesn't mean I'm not interested. That doesn't mean I don't care. I think Member Paulton's words were really, really beautiful and poetic and unfortunately really sad. But I don't disagree with Member Cook either. I will be respectfully voting yes. I don't mean any harm or disrespect. That's not my intention. But I just wanted to say I would have loved to be there. I probably would have shed a few tears as well. I think crying is kind of contagious at this point in this job. But I just wanted to send all of them my respect. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So I'm going to vote yes. And I, too, like Member Cook was saying, respect the developer. In this case, they're like the big property owner. But they're giving up, you know, the ability to even make more money, right? If it could build more houses and whatever that they were entitled to do, and they're giving that up for the community. I respect that a lot because that doesn't have to happen. And I think they had numerous community meetings, and I was sitting next to Member Paulton in the chambers listening to the meeting, and you were in the chamber, you're home. Okay, I was sitting in that chair. But I was sitting in the chambers listening to the meeting, and I did stay back because of budget and the deadlines that we had out of consideration for what we needed to do for the greater community in a different way. So, members, any other comments? Okay, I'm going to take a roll call vote. Is that second and final? Sure.
For my second and final, I would just say that to the point about they're giving up entitlements and they're giving up money. If you own so much billions of dollars and you're more towards the cemetery end of life than the elementary school end of life, I really don't see what that has to do with anything. You know what I mean? How much billions of dollars until you win? Is it 500 billion? Is it 1 trillion? I mean, realistically, I'm not gonna give nobody any credit that has over $100 billion. Oh, you gave up some money because you didn't utilize your full entitlements. Like, here's us trying to figure out a $1.6 billion. That's chump change to this guy. Like, to say that, oh, they're giving up money. Like, I don't even understand how that's a point when you have hundreds of billions of dollars, you know. They don't want to help out the community and community serving infrastructure for their 201H rental project. They're like, no, we can't bring the clean outs or stub outs to your property. That's not us, you know. We want everybody to live at our rental houses so that we can make the rules. Skate park, no assistance on that. Maybe he likes cats, I don't know. But I'm not giving no credit where no credit is due, that they're losing out on some money when you already have $100 billion something dollars. That's a kind of ridiculous point.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, let's vote.
Councilmember Pro Tempore Tasha Kama.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Yes.
Councilmember Paulton.
No.
Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Ole.
Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins.
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi.
No.
Councilor Lee.
Aye.
There are 5 ayes, 4 noes. Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you very much. A great discussion, everyone. Next, go to Bill 16, please.
Sure. Bill 16, 2025, a bill for an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the State of Hawaii Department of Labor and Industrial Relations, Hawaii Occupational Safety and Health Division, for the settlement of alleged violations at the Kihei Wastewater Reclamation Facility.
Councilmember Cook.
Chair, may I request the county clerk also call up Bill 19 CD1 2025 and Bill 28 CD1 2025.
Yes. Sure. Bill 19, CD1, 2025, a bill for an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the U.S. Geological Survey for a groundwater availability study in West Maui. Bill 28, CD1, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 16.29 Maui County Code relating to flood hazard areas.
Member Cook.
I move to pass Bill 16, 2025, Bill 19, CD1, 2025, and Bill 28, CD1, 2025 on second and final reading.
Thank you. Motion made by Member Cook, second by Member Hodgins. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Bill 19 authorizes the mayor to enter into a settlement agreement following 20 safety violations identified by HIOSH during an inspection of the Kihei Wastewater Reclamation Facility. All violations have since been resolved and proactive monitoring efforts are underway. Bill 19 authorizes a 3-phase groundwater study in West Maui to address growing water demands. The study will be jointly funded by USGS, the Department of Water Supply, and the State Commission on Water Resource Management. The data gathered will inform sustainable water resource planning and future well development. Bill 28 allows the county to designate flood-prone areas as part of a special flood hazard area, even if they are not currently delineated on FEMA's flood insurance rate map. This is especially important for areas like Lahaina, where new post-fire flood risks are being identified through ongoing studies. I respectfully ask for the members' support of my motion.
Okay, members, any other discussion? Member Paulton?
Bill 19 and Bill 28 have impacts to West Maui. For Bill 19, as I read on the 3-member report earlier today, what we really need is data to see what is going on, and so that we don't have to guesstimate based on another island's geographical structure that is nothing like our own. So supportive of Bill 19. For Bill 28, a lot of people are already rebuilding, so this is a little bit late, but I guess it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, because if they had done this on time, a lot of people's expenses might have gone up. But like Member Cook said, these are things that you really want to know and address on the front end rather than the back end. So 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. I'll be supporting all three. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion, members? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand. I guess. Aye. Okay, so Member Johnson left, so this is like 8 ayes and 1 excuse. Member Johnson. Thank you. Next, Bill 33.
Thank you. Bill 33, CD1, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, Appendix A, Part 2, Affordable Housing Fund, Kaia'ulu Napili.
Member Kama.
I move to pass Bill 33, CD1, 2025 on second and final reading.
Thank you. Member Uhajan, second. Member Kama made the motion. Discussion.
No discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. We're ready to vote? No discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
So this is 8 ayes, 1 excuse. Member Johnson. Thank you. Unfinished business.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll just call quickly for any testimony on unfinished business. We don't have anyone signed up to testify, so I'll go ahead and give last call. Counting down 3, 2, 1. Vice Chair, there's no one signed up to testify.
Thank you. So we'll then proceed with Resol 2580.
All right, moving forward. Resolution 25-80, authorizing the filing of an application with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, United States of America, for a grant under the Community Development Block Grant Program.
So this is the CDBG document. Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 25-80.
Thank you. Motion made by Member Kama, second by Member Cook. Discussion.
Members, Resolution 25-80 was discussed at the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee meeting on April 10, 2025, as part of the fiscal year 2026 budget deliberations with the CDBG Program Office. This resolution will authorize the filing of an application with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for program year 2025 for 5 projects with funding allocations totaling $1,873,663,000.
Okay.
No, it's $1,873,363. Sorry, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, done?
Yeah.
All right. Any other discussion? We heard this in BFED committee, so this is the item that we'll hope to pass, I guess. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. So this is 8 ayes, 1 excuse, which is Member Johnson. Thank you very much. All right, next item, which is Resol 2585.
Thank you. Before you is Resolution 25-85, amending Resolution 22-193, CD1, FD1, to allow the Director of Housing to extend time deadlines for the commencement of construction and completion of Kuikahi Village Workforce Housing Project.
Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. May I please request the clerk to recall County Communication 25-4?
Yes, so County Communication 25-4 from Council Chair Lee, transmitting an amendment to Resolution 25-85 entitled Amending Resolution 22-193, CD1, FD1 to allow the Director of Housing to extend time deadlines for the commencement of construction and completion of Kuikahi Village Workforce Housing Project.
I move to adopt Resolution 25-85.
Motion made by Member Kama, second by Member Hodgins. Member Kama.
I move to substitute Resolution 25-85 with Resolution -85 FD1 as attached to County Communication 25-4 and to file County Communication 25-4.
Okay, motion made by Member Kama, second by Member Uhajans. Okay, so regarding the substitution.
Yeah. We all know that the challenge of creating affordable housing providers come to us for help based on their best plans and economic assumptions. The world we are now in is one that is dramatically different than the one that existed in 2022 when this project was approved by council. These dramatic changes included increases in both interest rates and construction costs. The project proponent has tried to adjust the project to make it pencil in this dramatically different world. All this effort has certainly delayed the project timeline, and the proponent is now asking for an extension to its deadlines to match the new reality of this economic climate. The proposed FD1 version of the resolution extends the deadlines to start and complete the project construction to May 11, 2027 and May 11, 2029 respectively, and makes other revisions for clarity, consistency, and style. Members ask for your support of this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Mr. Rotz, so did we have anything that we wanted to add on to this in terms of what the current conditions are for the project? Wasn't this project? I thought that was the reason why we did the delay.
Thank you, Chair. I think the delay was just to allow for the deliberations at the last council meeting to be reflected in this ASF and to incorporate some technical revisions as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did. Member Kama, you have more?
No.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, members. So this project, which is Kuikahi Village, is explained. Members, any discussion? If not, we'll vote. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Okay, 8 ayes, 1 excuse, which is Member Johnson. Thank you.
And so that was on the substitution, and then so
that's
main
right.
motion as substituted. Thanks.
So the motion as substituted. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 8 ayes. Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. So now we're second and final.
Okay, moving on to Bill 37, CD1, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, estimated revenues, capital improvement projects, Department of Water Supply, Appendix A, Part 2, General Excise Tax Fund, and Appendix C, Department of Management and Department of Water Supply.
Member Kama.
May I request the clerk call up Bill 38, Chair, please? Clerks?
Bill 38, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 3.100 Maui County Code relating to general excise and use tax surcharge.
Thank you. Member Kama.
I move to pass Bills 37, CD1, and 38, 2025 on second and final reading.
Motion made by Member Kama, second by Member Cook.
No discussion, Chair.
No discussion. Member Paulton. Oh, you're voting?
I just wanted to say that one of my condition priorities is on this. You know, the Department of Human Services had many meetings in Lahaina to utilize HHFDC lands that had yet to be transferred to DHHL for wildfire survivors, and this is the site of Kala'iola, and because of the GE funds that we had collectively put aside for DHHL lands, you know, some of that funding can be used for permanent infrastructure that should be turned over to DHHL as promised to the entire community as well as the Hawaiian Homestead Committee multiple times. I'm not sure if that agreement was ever put in writing. And as we know that our time here is fleeting as any elected or appointed officials, so it's important that the laws are followed in what we had set up. So if this land is not transferred over to DHHL and these monies are used for infrastructure, then the monies need to be turned back to the DHHL fund, just in case the state doesn't honor their agreements to Native Hawaiian beneficiaries on the DHHL waitlist, as has happened in the past.
Okay. So, Mr. David Rotz, can you speak to that? Because I think the fund is coming from the DHHL pot, correct? I'm not sure if I got your what you're saying mistaken, but could you explain?
Not to interrupt, Chair, but I do see Councilmember Rollins Fernandez has her hand up. I don't know if she has the answer.
I did not see your hand. Go ahead.
Well, Chair. So on page 59, DD under revolving funds in Appendix A, Part 2, General Excise Tax Fund, Department of Hawaiian Homelands, Chapter 3.100 Maui County Code. There was a balance of 32 million, a little more than 32 million. And in the 10 million for Kalaiola, right now that land, as Member Paulton stated, is under HHFDC. It's not DHHL. There was discussion for that land to be conveyed to DHHL for it to become DHHL. And the only reason that this $10 million legally can be used for the infrastructure serving that area is because it's supposed to become homestead. And so if it's not going to be conveyed to DHHL as promised, then there needs to be some kind of accountability built into this mechanism. And the accountability that is being proposed is for added language to state that if the land is not transferred to DHHL within 5 years, then the state must reimburse the county, including the cost of construction, and a 5% interest to the county GET surcharge revolving fund.
Okay. All right. So I always thought that that was the intent from the very beginning with all the discussions, and I think it started.
Words are cheap. Let's get it down on paper.
Okay, members, any other discussion? If not, let's vote. All in favor?
That's my motion under Section 8, Part E.
Second.
So that since you understood that that was the intention as well, all the words that we're saying here are unenforceable until they're put down on paper.
Yep.
And that's what this motion is for.
Okay, Member Kama, you have a comment?
So maybe what we should do is send a letter to the Department of Hawaiian Homes and HHFDC to see if some kind of an agreement or MOU has been made between the two of them to make that happen.
In addition to this action.
Yeah, in addition to this.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, can you say your motion?
Okay, that added language would be included for the funding being appropriated, that if the land is not transferred to DHHL within 5 years, then the state must reimburse the county, including the cost of construction and 5% interest to the county GET surcharge for DHHL.
Okay. Corp Counsel, one of the attorneys here, can you confirm that it's fine?
Yes. I'm just looking at that. Yes, I'll have somebody look into that. I believe Christina reviewed this, so you can add language. But we're trying to see if there's an MOU with the state or with, yeah. We'll look into that and then we'll add the language if needed.
Because Corporation Counsel, it's correct that using this funding that is meant for DHHL, because it's HHFDC right now, would be inappropriate and not, would violate our laws that preserves this funding for the purpose of DHHL projects.
I'm going to defer on that just because I'm not familiar with the background of this bill, but.
Oh, no, I'm just talking about the funding.
Oh, okay.
The GET surcharge, so that's where this money, the 10 million is coming from. And so since it's being pulled from the DHHL reservation of the GET surcharge, then it must be used for
Yes.
DHHL.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Okay, we're good then. So at this time, then we, Member Cook, sorry. Member Cook.
Chair, if I may, I believe there's a little confusion. Bill 38 is to clarify and codify the fact that 20% of the general excise tax is DHHL and 80% is the County of Maui. Bill 37 is not using DHHL's portion. My interpretation, it's $10 million for water supply infrastructure repairs and replacement in the wildfire impacted areas, GET fund. $10 million for the integration of public and private water systems in the West GET fund, and $5 million for the Kamaoli water treatment filter replacement in upcountry GET fund. So Bill 37 is allocating $25 million from the GET fund to the Department of Water Supply's use for these three projects. Two of the projects happen to be in West Maui, and it's not stating necessarily the property, but Bill 38 is to clarify that 80% of all the funds derived from the county general excise tax use surcharge will be deposited into the county, and 20% will be deposited in the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. And it clarifies that projects from either fund to be transferred to the Department of Water Supply for the duration of the project, and remaining funds to be redeposited in the appropriate fund at the conclusion of the project. So I believe that if we pass Bill 38 individually, is clarifying the DHHL Maui County GE agreement, and then Bill 37 is transferring the $25 million to the Department of Water Supply for these particular projects, and they would be accountable for where they go. And if they were used for a DHHL project or a County of Maui project, there is the mechanism through Bill 38 to do the accounting and the reconciliation. That's my understanding.
Okay, Member Bolton.
My condition is going to be on the priority for DD item 1. Bill 41, special revenues.
Okay.
But if it's also appropriate in Bill 38, I support it.
Oh, so you're talking about when we go through budget and decisions? You're talking about Bill 41? Not on the agenda right now. Okay. It's in the air. Go ahead.
It's related to the discussion.
Oh, okay, good. All right. Member Cook, anybody else? So are we ready to vote? We have an amendment on the floor, which
Chair,
is
if we
Member
could
Paulton's.
just confirm which, if it's Bill 37 or Bill 38, and if it is to Bill 37 because it's a budget amendment, you may want to have Corporation Counsel weigh in on whether you can condition it.
I think it's 37, right? You want to condition?
Appendix C, CIPs. Chair, may I request a quick recess?
Sure. Let's come back at 4:50. Is that enough time? I'm sorry, 2:50, not 4:50. Welcome back to the council meeting. I was almost going to say budget meeting. It is now 2:56 and we are back in discussion. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo Chair, I withdraw my motion.
Okay. Very good.
And the second?
I'll withdraw the second.
Okay. And but the intention of the language will go on to Bill 41 when we take that up, because that one, this is under the GET, so revolving fund CC and not DED. But the other one is $10 million for DED, which is going to be on Bill 41.
Okay.
And then Member Kama was able to get some information over the break.
Okay, Member Kama, discussion.
Yeah, so I just talked to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and Cully said that they have an MOU, has not been signed, but when it is signed, they'll go ahead and, because it is going to be public notice by that time when he gets it signed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's being worked on. All right.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any other further discussion? Okay, we're going to now take the vote on Bill 37 and 38 with no amendments. No other discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, only 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 of us. And Member Sinensi,
Chair's on.
oh, Chair Lee came on, you're voting, that's 7. Okay, excuses, Member Johnson and Sinensi. All right, are we at the end of the agenda? Whoa. Okay. All right, members, I have to act like Chair Lee and say, anybody has any announcements?
There's a 4 o'clock deadline, folks.
For your, yeah, that's the biggie for some of us. And tomorrow's a holiday, and tonight is the residency area meeting for Wailuku Kahului. Chair Lee.
So you brought up the deadline for today as an announcement, as an occasion. Point of clarification. Any changes made to the office accounts would be included in this submittal at 4 o'clock?
Office accounts.
The budget, our office budget.
Ooh. Who do I ask that question to? I will get back
You're
to
the chair.
No. We never talked about having office priorities as part of this. Wait. Are you talking about to your individual office account for your office? So you're talking about
when we
Alice
talk about
Lee's office, at Chair Lee's office.
And everybody's office, increasing the office account, number 1, and collapsing the 3 ABCs. Is that something that you wanted today?
No, not
or is
that.
that
So
a
that's gonna be-
future?
Okay, sorry. That'll be taken up next week. I'm going to take up the Bill 41. Okay, now we kind of changed subject, but this is talking about BFED. I'm taking up Bill 41 next week in order as it appears in Bill 41. So it starts out with legislative. I don't know if it's auditors, then clerks. I think so. Then Office of Council.
Oh, okay, so next
And at
week
that
is the time.
Yeah, next week. Decisions.
All right, thank you
Okay.
for that announcement.
Okay, I think Member Rollins Fernandez has a.
I do. I have an event announcement since Chair Lee specified the announcements. This weekend is the final celebration of the arts that's been put on or spearheaded by Clifford Naiole. So, and that's going to be at the
Ritz
in Kapalua. So the last celebration of the arts there.
Is the last? You're not having it anymore? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, that's the last means.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because he's not there anymore. So this is the last one.
Wow, I didn't know he wasn't there. Okay.
End of an era.
Yeah, he certainly built that with a lot of love and appreciation for the culture, and it's been through a lot, that property. Member Cook, you have something? No? Okay. All right, members. We all have homework if you haven't finished yet, and this meeting is now adjourned at 3:01, and please send your BFED spreadsheets to BFED committee. Thank you. Then we keep yours.
Meeting adjourned.
Meeting is adjourned. Okay.